Yeah, Lizzie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, Lizzie,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Probably you have to speak a little bit louder because I cannot catch what you said. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Can you hear me, first of all?
Little bit more now.
Yes. Yeah.
Just a
Okay.
second, just a second. Lo possiamo alzare un po' di più il volume loro? Quello di Teams, quello di Teams. Try now, please.
Can you hear me?
Better, a little bit better. A little bit louder. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Please, Go
No.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. My simple question, I asked Wiener what I should speak here. Do you know?
At the beginning of our conference.
So far you're happy.
Oh, great. Stefan, if you agree, I can give the floor to the representative of the municipality for a very quick address of greetings, and I give the floor to Lefebvre Vinson, Noburu Kono, and Mark Makula. Yeah. And after that, we close in a certain sense this session, and we'll be balanced.
Great to see you all. Leif.
Hi.
Oh, really?
Marco, hello. Great to see you.
Hello.
I have to check because probably I don't have. Otherwise, if you have one, we can put it here.
Massimo, just a question. Did you got I sent to Günter Koch this today, a couple of hours ago, my slides.
Massimo? Mark, you are going to present some slide?
Yeah, that was my intention, that you could show them from there for the audience there.
Okay. But if you have the possibility to... yeah. Okay, perfect, okay. Non Massimo. Right. No, Massimo, Salvatore. So I couldn't realize that everything is okay. So Salvatore is going to care about that.
Okay, yeah, great.
Katia, please. Così, preferirei stare a Catania senza ombra di dubbio, quindi io sono molto preoccupato anche perché i miei fratelli non mi rispondono, non ho ricevuto notizie da nessuno che ieri arrivavano fluenti, è arrivato sì. È caduta, ma il problema non è questo, ha accusato dei dolori molto forti, poi alla fine si sono accorti al pronto soccorso che aveva una perforazione del piloro, quindi 6 ore di chirurgia, una persona di 86 anni, non lo so, infatti sono molto... proviamo ad andare avanti, e io spero proprio di sì, anzi guarda, mi hai fatto venire il pensiero. mettetelo sul sito, mettetelo sul... 5 secondi. Però stamattina funzionava. Ah, vabbè. Bello nutrito? No, ok. Ok. No, fai quello che ritieni opportuno. 5 minuti, un paio di minuti non costano niente se si sbriga Nitto Rosso. Perché se non si sbriga Nitto Rosso, i 5 minuti diventano assai. Io pensavo fossero finocchi, erano cipolle. Sto morendo. Cioè, ma proprio una dopo l'altra. Mi vedi gli occhiali? Si sono fatti anche gli occhiali? Sì, sono un paio di occhiali di riserva che avevo. No, a Catania sono fracassati, proprio distrutti. È vero, è così. Diciamo sentiti, sì. Perché avevo un problema di tavolo, guarda che c'è qua. Cioè qua bastava un po' di solvente. Lo volevo portare io da Catania, poi è tutto sbrecciato. Ci vuole qua un'ora di un falegname che sistema tutto, ma un'ora. Ma comunque un posto bellissimo. Com'è? Sì, certo. Well, okay, so let's start. Thank you everybody to be here. We are opening our conference, our joint conference here in Ragusa, Ibla. And I have the pleasure to give the floor for an address of greetings to the councillor of the Ragusa municipality on behalf of the mayor of Ragusa. This is actually with our President of Republic. So I think it's something that he cannot miss, of course. And with the General Director of the province of Ragusa, I have to say, I have to underline the fact that the province of Ragusa really support financially, really encourage our conference so much. So I decided really to public say thank you to them. So please, Katia.
Good evening to everybody, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm one of the members of the municipality, and actually I'm in charge of the education, of the human resources, and of the building construction for schools. I'm really honored to be with all of you, and also honored to give you the greetings from of my mayor, Giuseppe Cassi, of the mayor of the city, who actually apologized to be not here because he said he's at a national conference with the President of the Republic, with all the mayors of Italy. I bring the greetings on behalf of myself and of the entire council, and extend the greetings of our administration, which is pleased to host all of you in this beautiful building, and also in the University of Ragusa. That is so well coordinated by Pierluigi Catalfo, esteemed professor of economics and business, and at the same time, the president of the graduate program in management of enterprises for sustainability and sustainable economy. I thank the professor, especially for his hard working to bring all of you here today and to all this annual conference here in this area that is eager to innovate in order to renew itself through new paths based on sustainability and regeneration. The main goal is to identify new alternatives for economic development that include the use of biological resources as a starting point to go beyond, so that is a well-established concept of a bioeconomy and circular economy. Developments that are very important for a small context of Ragusa, because this concept will enable our community to find new ways to deal with the young people migration, a phenomenon that is becoming more and more widespread and increasingly persistent. The good relationship between the university and, of course, with the Professor Catalfo and the municipality during the last year has been possible because both entities had the same goal, meaning to face this phenomenon. And therefore, to hold this conference here for us means to open new windows for a new education that is increasingly oriented and focused both on the change and the needs of the world, but at the same time aimed to build the new future from its own place. I'm going to finish, just 2 seconds. What I believe is there is no future and challenge for the future, local or global, that can be faced without the involvement of new generations. During the last year, according to this strict relationship, we try to reverse this trend. In fact, today we have in Ragusa, from this new academic year, we set up a 5-degree program strongly tied to the territory. This does not mean that all young students will remain in Ragusa, but at least they have new choice and new options. To choose makes the difference, especially when it comes to a person's future. I conclude my greetings just to say that this important opportunity to share and to discuss about such important topics will be the base for the future research that will make Ragusa more attractive, leading to new opportunities for growth, jobs, and economy for our entire community. I thank Prof. Catalfo for his commitment and for giving such a relevant impetus to these university realities, trying to bring about at our attention outstanding topics and professionalism so that from here change can begin. Many thanks.
I have to say thank you to Katia and to the Major of Ragusa, not only for the compliments, of course, because they invest a lot on this course. I have a very relevant sponsorship to run this program, so it's made by them and by the municipality of Ragusa and by the Bank of Ragusa, previously from Ragusa, but now from Sicilian. The name changed. It is not anymore Bank of Ragusa, it's Bank of Sicily. I will give you a little translation for the General Director of the province of Catania. So I'm not a professional, so I will try to interpret what he's saying.
No, lo do a te.
In mezzo.
Grazie, benvenuti a Ragusa.
Welcome to Ragusa, of course.
È un piacere avervi qui. Mangiando qualcosa insieme a voi, poco fa chiacchieravo con uno di voi e ho pensato, piuttosto che fare un saluto istituzionale dicendoci cose anche molto scontate, di raccontarvi qualcosa di un po' più interessante che riguarda il mio territorio, che è la provincia di Ragusa.
Talking during the lunch break, he said, he changed his mind. Instead of doing a kind of introduction, very formal, with a formal way to open a kind of conference like this, he decided to tell you something very typical and very contestualized in the territory.
Che spiega un po' anche le cose che sto facendo in questo momento, ma permettetemi di partire da un piccolo racconto di qualche anno fa. Sul finire degli anni 50, alcuni agricoltori della nostra provincia hanno scoperto che mettendo una pianta di fico d'India vicino alla pianta del pomodoro, la pianta del pomodoro riusciva ad anticipare il proprio frutto di 5 giorni.
In the 50s, our agriculture experimented a methodology to grow the tomatoes in advance.
Poi hanno capito che potevano mettere una barriera più alta e allora hanno messo delle canne davanti a questa pianta e hanno visto che anticipavano di 10 giorni.
So they improved the system, cover and protect the plant in another way, and they realized that the tomatoes grow 10 days in advance.
Da questa idea è nato il principio della serra, che è una costruzione che è nata proprio qui, dalle nostre parti.
From this idea, they start to build up a kind of coverage for the plants. And in that way, they cover the plant and they had a very development of the agriculture in this field.
Oggi Vittoria e dunque la provincia di Ragusa è uno dei distretti agricoli più importanti di tutta l'Europa.
Now we can say that our district is one of the most developed in all Europe.
Ci sono molte Sicilie, non una sola, sono molte isole dentro questa isola.
He said that there are many Sicilies in Sicily. I would like to underline the fact that maybe yesterday we talked about the fact that Ragusa seems different, relevant different compared to Catania or Palermo. And that's why I told you there are very relevant different compared to the part of Sicily.
Adesso quest'anno abbiamo per la prima volta capito che oltre al problema del vento e delle temperature abbiamo un altro problema che è quello dell'acqua. Questo porta gli enti pubblici ad intervenire direttamente nelle dinamiche del privato per tenere in piedi dei sistemi economici che non sono utili solo a portare avanti la società, ma anche a garantire il cibo che serve per la sopravvivenza.
So they discover that we have another problem now to solve, the problem of water, probably thanks to the climate change, of course. And now they try to solve this problem from the institutional side. So there is a kind of mutual involvement in the idea to solve this problem.
La fascia del deserto dall'Africa si è spostata un po' più a nord, verso di noi.
The desertic area coming up and up all the time, coming from the north of Africa till here.
Dunque il problema di chiudere un cerchio tra dissalatore, cioè prendere l'acqua del mare, produrre acqua per le nostre coltivazioni e alimentare il dissalatore con la luce del sole o con la geotermia, cioè con l'acqua calda, non è più un progetto del futuro, ma è un progetto di oggi.
So they try to implement the possibility to use the sea, the water of the sea, the sun, And the energy coming from where?
Food.
Okay, the heat coming from the earth. So combining these three elements is possible to solve this problem, and they try already to do this.
Ci confronteremo su questo, spero, sabato mattina.
Sì?
Sono molto disponibile. Ho piacere, ecco, di imparare molto da voi come l'uomo riesce a pensare attraverso l'economia a quello che è il futuro non suo ma dell'intera umanità.
He said that he's going to participate to the round table. On Saturday we will have a professional translator, so it's not my job. And he's expecting a lot about this activity that you are doing. So he's happy and great for each of you, and best wishes for the conference.
Grazie, buon lavoro.
So we changed the schedule, and I'm officially open the conference, and I give you the floor to Leif Vincenzo. Thank you, Leif.
Thank you. Thank you. Grazie. I'm very honored to join you as a kind of co-founder of the new Club of Paris. I will give you some hints about the future. And you have always been on the edge on Sicily, but perhaps you have missed the new edges. The new edges will be the following ones, and we have in the participants group some very knowledgeable people that could refine it. But it's like a star, and the star has three major dimensions. And those three major dimensions are space, the outer space, like Elon Musk is going into, but others as well. The second dimension is the molecular dimension. So therefore we can start to do the research on molecular knowledge management. And the third one is of a kind of macroeconomic dimension, and you have it in the program. It's diplomacy and peace. But from an intellectual capital viewpoint, it is about relational capital. How to relate to other people. Are you going to fight with them? Are you going to hug with them? Are you going to form alliances? And my recommendation to you is to form new alliances. Hug the future by smart alliances. And that could be done like a star I mentioned. It's almost like a Mercedes star, and that is based on foresearch.
Changing the idea of new relation in new alliance is something that reminds me the action. So you say we have to start to act, to do something that is possible to relate it with the change. So change is a question of action in that sense. Thank you very much, Leif. So I would like to invite Noburu Kono to say something for us. Hi, Noburu. You have to unmute your system.
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you.
Can I share my slides?
Yes.
Can I share my slides? Okay. How about this? Can you see?
Yeah. We
Can you
see
see
it.
my slide?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me today. And I really regret that I'm not able to participate in the program in Sicily, Ragusa. Well, instead of saying something good, I'd like to share one example of regenerative idea, which is regenerative cities, by a Japanese architectural firm. I've been advisor to this company for many years, and recently the future-oriented project is about regenerative cities. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. For instance, we just had a kind of a conference about regenerative city in 2050. It's all in Japanese, but you can recognize regenerative cities here at the end, at the right. And it's about the state of the city in which it is teeming with activity, is lively, something growing like our organism. How to make our hardware construction cities to become like a living organization. Of course, the idea of regenerative came from these ideas, beyond sustainable and be regenerative. This is excerpts from Wired magazine. And when we talk about regenerative cities, you may think of something like this, but behind the idea of this regenerative cities is our concern about future of cities. For instance, the Sasuke Sasen's, the book Expulsions, that means you live in your city, but you may be expelled or you may be expelled because of the war, famine, economic disruption. We don't know, but you think you could sustainably live in your city, but the world, the complex situation may not allow you to do so. So what will be regenerative beyond sustainable? The aspect is go beyond dichotomy. Today's world is divided and they separated. It's the dichotomy. How to overcome dichotomy? Eastern thinking or predicative logic, like the right side, is one way of doing that. How to go beyond dichotomy is the issue. I just skipped this. This is my book, but the point is we are living in a very complex world where I name a para-existence, which is autonomous, pragmatic society, which is very complex, but where in this situation you need the thinking beyond dichotomy. So back to these architectural projects, regenerative alternative cities. This is the city, a skyscraper made of wood. This is actually going on. So one actually approach to regenerative cities is use renewable natural resources utilization and make it into the businesses, or make it agile cities by making new connections, or walkable cities.
Noburu, excuse
Yeah.
me, but we don't see the slides.
Okay.
I mean, now you. Okay, here we are.
Okay, well,
Because
think,
we've seen just the
okay.
first slide was kind of blocked slides.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I just go through because I'm sorry. for the sake of time, I just go through. But if I make it in the presentation mode, it just stays. Maybe I just go like this, skip.
Now we see now. We see
regenerative
now.
cities.
It's okay.
Yeah, regenerative cities. Yeah, going from sustainable to regenerative. And you may think regenerative city may look like this, but our concern is expulsions. You may be expelled from your cities or where you live. That's a concern in the modern world because of the war, famine, the climate changes, etc., etc. So how you make your cities or your life regenerative. And the deep cause of this expulsion is the deep separation or dichotomy. So how to go beyond the dichotomy? We may be able to apply Eastern kind of or ancient kind of logic, where you and I, subject and object, are not separated, togetherness. So this is an excerpt from my recent book. I think the world is now heading for the para-existence system or society, where the people seek both freedom, autonomy, and the pragmatism at the same time, different from the others. So go back to the architecture project. This is one case. How to make regenerative cities real is use timber or wood resources and utilize them into businesses. This is skyscraper made of wood. It's going on really in Japan. Or make new connections, agile cities, make new connections and networks to support cities, or make it walkable cities. And as a base, we think that the wild thinking or bricolayer thinking is important for alternative cities or regenerative cities. This I will conclude. We are now trying to apply the concept of biosemiotics into the understanding of the environment and the design of the environment. This is just an example of regenerative city in Japan. And this is just a food for thought for you. I hope this would be some tool for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Noburu. I was fascinating.
I'm sorry about the.
Go ahead.
Sorry, maybe you may not be able to see them well, but I hope you could grasp the idea.
It's okay. I have to tell you that I was fascinating about the fact that by your presentation is a clear exemplification of what means rule techniques by science.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Because in that way, we answer the question is why we do this, why we have to follow an improvement of in technological field. So this is very interesting and very inspiring for our work. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I invite Mark Markula to take the floor and to say something for our conference.
Okay, thank you very much, and really great that I can contribute shortly there. And I don't know if you have the slides so you can show them as well, but I'll go quickly through some of those, and then anyhow they will be available later on for all of the participants. But let me first say that I will deliver some insights from the European Committee of the Regions. We are official part of the European Union decision making. More than 300 members from all parts of Europe, mainly mayors, regional presidents, councillors, and so on. And I've been the member here from 2010, during the time that the digitalization and innovation and even I could say even effective knowledge management was just taking their first steps. I will outline a bit the current political programmatic framework. I emphasize the need to rethink the economic models to address the challenges that you are covering during your conference, especially as I've been doing from throughout this millennium, from the time when I was the member of the parliament in Finland and was part of initiating a special permanent committee for the Parliament of Finland, the Committee for the Future. Not to predict the future, but do a lot of technology assessment work with the experts and then kind of invent the future, what is needed. And we've done a lot of good reports there. I was 8 years a member on the parliament, and now after that, one of the core team members in creating the Aalto University. My responsibility role was the societal impact. And then from 2015, first I was the president of this committee of the regions, practically the only president in our 30-year history north of Germany. So typically the presidents are from Central Europe or Southern Europe. So these are my kind of backgrounds. And now recently, actually yesterday, I was in our plenary meeting in the European Parliament's hemicycle, the main meeting room, or today as well. But yesterday, finally, we approved this special opinion on the future of Europe's EU's climate policy. And I've been the rapporteur on that, and you will then most likely already next week get the full report of that. So because it's really an extensive document, concrete measures what are needed in Europe, but linking that a bit to the knowledge, how to co-create the knowledge, how to improve the leadership and so on. So, and specifically I'll highlight some critical role of knowledge and how to fairness its potential to address crises, different crises that we are facing effectively. And my, let's say, 3 key points, I want to say them already at the beginning. First, with knowledge, which is global resources, knowledge is really, and data is the most critical raw material nowadays, not anymore oil and so on. So first point is the creative tension, exploring the imperatives for nature, innovation and research development, and whether the ambition should be a transition, evolution step by step, or it as I'm strong believer now, it's time to make a systematic transformation, a giant leap. The second point is that we need cities, some of the cities be pioneers, forerunners, or at least front runners. Yesterday we had the power cities, power regions catering at the Bavarian House here in Brussels, 20 key regions from Europe who are the leaders in the European Regional Innovation Scoreboard. We will finding solutions how to take the next steps. And this front-runner cities, it means stressing the pivotal role of local and regional authorities, which are responsible for, if we take an example of the mitigation, the climate. So we, the local level, regional level, we implement 70% of the mitigation measures and practically 90% of the climate adaptation measures. And these are really, really crucial. This means as well so that these cities should be place-based innovation ecosystems, or practically it's a city can and should be an ecosystem of several innovation ecosystems. And then definitely the third point is that systematic and technological challenges what we are facing on. So I'll go quickly through a bit of those, because in the work, if you still go one back, so just to mention in the first slide was these systematic challenges, how we see that we need to see that especially this transformation to carbon neutrality is the most crucial challenge for the humankind, for the globe. The second is that the cities, municipalities are moving or have been moving already for long to be a kind of platform economy provider. So city as such is not anymore producing all the services, but creating favorable conditions for all kinds of businesses and development citizen activities. And on this, we face the new kind of productivity challenges. And then, of course, societal and the whole resilience issue. It's not only resilience, but as Leif and several others, quite many of you who are there. So we've been several years working on for societal innovations, even changing the laws and so on. And then we have the group of technological challenges, these digital systems, quantum computers, artificial intelligence, bioeconomy is really coming fast with the super-performing materials, and electrification, the whole society, electrification, the whole economy. And from these, then we go to these challenges, as you have in the slide, what Ursula von der Leyen in her July statement stressed heavily that how to move on, and it's easy to say that the EU is not giving up on the Green Deal, but it's not only about the nature or saving the planet, but it's climate neutrality and resilience. They are imperative for all different activities, especially for industrial policy, but as well for competitiveness, European competitiveness, security policy, well-being policy, health, and all of those. And if you take the next slide, because there are some key messages that taken from this Committee of the Region, the opinion that we approved after enormous amount of votings yesterday, but most of that was approved unanimously when all the people, participants, members took into account rapporteurs, my personal kind of innovative proposals. And let's see if we can change the slide. So then there is one slide. Next one, please. Next slide. One of you control. Yeah, if you are controlling the slide, so that's good.
Is this one?
No, go to the next one. Okay, anyhow, I will continue with when you can change the slide, so please do that. So, because I just want to emphasize that Europe needs to keep up with the ambitious targets, and then for that we need systematic transformation, so that all are working together, being the local or regional industry, being that the governments, and so on. So all need to work on this. And then if we look these critical success factors, because I think that the mentality, the mindset, the leadership, all that needs to be reviewing the human capital. All what Leif said about the relational capital as well, it's included. And then for my own, let's say, research and lifelong innovation policy, I've created this, that I want to focus on these 6 different kind of critical success factors. Knowledge, which is knowledge more and more nowadays targeted to increase impact. We need to focus on learning, and learning is not just general learning. Of course, all learning is relevant. Learning together is essential, team learning, organizational learning, but it needs to be targeted as well, improve everyone's professional development. And that happens, as Leif said, about the strategic alliances. Don't try to learn only alone, but take the others or other organizations. Then I have the third point is about the innovation, and innovation is always making some changes and highlighting the creativity and especially making intentional improvements inside the city or whatever organization you are working on. It emphasizes it's placed on knowledge transfer, innovation ecosystems in effective change management. And on that, together with several others, Leif was involved, Hank Kuhn was, Paolo Martinez very strongly. We even have officially within in the EU policy, together with the Joint Research Centre, we've created further the concept of innovation camps, which we started 2010 with the Aalto University in Finland and Espoo, moved then to Malmö, Amsterdam, and recent years cities like Gabrovo in Bulgaria, many others have used these concepts, and through the Joint Research Centre, the guidebook for the innovation camps is exactly. That is about the modern way of change management. The fourth point on my list there is the technology. We need a lot new technology. Briefly, we have about 10 to 20% of the technology in the mature level of the technology that we need for 2030 to be carbon neutral. So a lot new technology needs to be developed, and that is very crucial. We need to accelerate the progress, and that's where we need both public, but more and more, it's even 70% of the financing needs to be for the climate neutrality needs to come from private sector. So industry need to do their handprint solutions. And then my fifth point was this systems thinking, and that is today the systematic transformation. And this is what strongly through this future EU climate policy opinion as well, we, the cities and regions, we are stressing the EU with several other organizations, public entities. We have had some contact with the Club of Rome, maybe new Club of Paris, definitely how to make this systematic transformation to happen. And then the sixth point is it's about the leadership, the mindset, and it means that more and more every city or every municipality can be a pioneer on their own level, but we need covering the whole Europe and globally societal front runners. And on that, so we can use a lot what Noboru Kono explained, the Japanese experiences. That's very valuable for us. So we need to analyze the human capital and how to improve that. If we go to the next slide, I will just show that. Please change that. It's, I'd say, the 12 different chapters, subtitles that we are having in the Committee of the Region, this opinion on the future of climate change. So please try to change the slide. I'll just say briefly the titles were first in the beginning, where to focus, how to mobilize this systematic transformation for climate neutrality. Second is what I already said about the imperative. So climate policy mitigation is imperative for industry, especially for business, and that means changing in a lot of the ways how we do businesses, the economy today. And then we have in the opinion a few of the key points, actions needed for within the next 5 years, how to change the real life practice, even the cases that we were introduced now from Sicily. Then we need some strong multi-level governance, which means that even inside every organization we are tackling climate, so it's multi-level there as well. Top management, experts, citizens need to be all engaged. Some facts and evidence, public-private investments where especially they are needed. The role of European Union missions is highlighted in the opinion, and then we need all the citizens on board, increase the awareness, commitment, involvement, and some kind of unified approach. We need more market-based mechanism so that the pricing, global pricing system, and so on. And then effective monitoring, we need more of this data. Well, I expressed the crucial importance of that. And then how to navigate to change. So these are the kind of elements in the opinion. I really recommend. It would be interesting to see to what level we have been able to put the political decision making, because all the elements points in the opinion, so they mean either strong commitment or concrete actions. And then quickly a slide, the next slide, if you change again the slide, because there I wanted to highlight that the current poly crisis, it requires a new leadership approach and public-private collaboration, prioritizing entrepreneurial spirit, human capital. And this involves creating a robust EU framework for sustainable well-being, citizen engagement, and moving beyond the traditional GDP, because the human capital needs to be integrated much more on how we measure the societal progress. And we need to align everything closely with the Sustainable Development Goals, all those 17 SDGs. And then the Committee of the Region, we call for the European Union leadership to unify national and subnational policies into a cohesive approach and emphasize the pivotal need to accelerate the EU climate neutrality policy through a comprehensive EU-wide systems transformation, which will focus. And I think these are the kind of key messages for you as well to think with your experts there. So we need to develop further the innovative models, challenge the status quo, introduce the transformative methods. We need, or you need, to work more on the cross-disciplinary expertise, foster knowledge integration and collaboration, strategic alliances, of course, on part of that. Then we need to focus on multi-level engagement, ensuring the broad stakeholder participation. We need to focus on this mindset leadership change to global and local insights, incorporate a diverse perspective and practices. We need to move strongly all the time, not just the scientific work, but integrate that to practical policy advice, use the real world experience. So testing or piloting first, rapid prototyping through testing, and then scaling up. Scaling up is essential. And then experimentation, spaces, living labs, test beds, all they are needed more and more. So why not to collaborate with the European living lab movement, which started during the Finnish presidency already 15 years ago. And then in the leadership approach, we stress effective communication, crafting narratives, storytelling, what the cities are doing, and that's exactly what we are doing with the city of Espoo in Finland. So what is our narrative, where we come from, where we go to, and what are the political priorities where we emphasize this collaboration with the university and industry. So city is a community, not anymore a huge number of civil servants. If you just skip the next slide, because I already went through that. Thank you. That was already. But take 2 more slides. The next slide says shows what is the crucial problem at the moment. Please jump one further. because this is crucial, so that we have a lot of scientific research, but we don't get them fast enough to practical solutions. There is today's modern valley of death is there, so that the research don't cross this phase where all these new scientific findings need to be kind of connected, piloted, tested for real life practices. And this means that the EU and public sector, EU and national research and development innovation investments need to bridge this valley of death. It means that we need to accelerate the investments in piloting, as I said, demonstrating, and especially thinking how can we de-risk the first of a kind solutions so that they will help a lot in this transformation. And the third kind of action point here is that create the market pull with an ambitious and consistent policy environment. As said, so that most of this transformation, what I call and we call the handprint solutions, looking towards the near future, solutions that can be taken in active use in the public sector as well. And then my final slides, I just want to one slide more to show that the cities, they are the crucial actors on that. So this one just once again, that the text on the left-hand side, creative mentality and mindset, that's the crucial. The first point, what I've highlighted, the green color, cities should be open to radical and multidisciplinary creativity. And the fifth point there, that many carbon handprint solutions are done in collaboration with the innovative startups and large industrial companies. So kind of strategic alliances, that the relational capital, what Leif was mentioning. And the figure, the graphics on the right wants just to say that emphasize that we need orchestrated activities. We worked already years ago with Hank Kuhn as well on this. What does the orchestration really mean? What kind of personalities? And I've used that further on, how to implement that in many cases. And the figure wants to say that the human beings, citizens, are at the core, the center of that. Citizens and cities need to have a city contracts integrating all their businesses, universities and others on a concrete steps based on their roadmap. So we need the roadmaps and action plans. And a good example is now Espoo. I can give you now a link to that. You can upload that. It's a 100-page extensive, a lot of graphics, facts, findings, how we are making our city, which is a bit more than 300,000 inhabitants, how we are making that a carbon neutral already by 2030. And that is a good example that the action happens that there where the activities are, so local and regional level. And that's why this kind of bottom-up activity at the European Union is essential. But we work, I want to emphasize, we work nowadays much more with the European Joint Research Centre, with all universities, so the scientific knowledge, thinking how to invent the future, that is so crucial for everyone. So thank you very much. I'm very pleased that I had the chance a bit challenge you, and I'm working on all of these issues myself as well, writing a bit and making graphics, visualizing what do I mean with those, and on that. So all the feedback, good ideas, even whatever challenges you are able to deliver back to me are very nicely welcomed. Thank you, and enjoy your rest of your conference.
Thank you, Mark, for your really interesting speech. I think there is really a lot of work, but we have even a lot of work to do after your presentation. So,
good.
So we have to feel engaged on that. Thank you very much. I would like to invite now Kati Gardner and Stefan Gulbert together, so we can
give some quick very short, so we can speak, leave the others speak. Please. Stefan.
I'm conscious of time. I want to go very quickly, but my name is Kathy Garner, and I am delighted to welcome you all to what is our World Capital Institute's 17th annual conference. So we've been doing this for a while, but we are here in this amazing location of Ragusa, which is very special for us. And I'm welcoming you all on behalf of myself and colleagues Gunter Koch, Professor Elliot Flores, who's busy taking pictures, and Professor Blanca Garcia, who's taking pictures also. Personally, I have a great honor to be acting as president of the World Capital Institute at the moment. Sorry, I'm echoing. Sorry, I apologize. I have a big task in front of me to step into the footsteps of Professor Francisco, I get the name right, Francisco Javier Carrillo, who was the founder of the World Capital Institute and has been its president for almost 2 decades. So it's a great honor to follow him. And I won't say any more today, but just to welcome you and look forward to more engagement and discussion as we go. Thank you.
In the spirit of our founders, happy Thursday. You already met Leif Edwinson online. Another founder, Günter Koch, is here, and Ahmed Bonfour. It's my pleasure to welcome you in the name also of the new Club of Paris. My name is Stefan Güldenberg, together with my vice president who is here, Lina Oziene. It's a real pleasure to be here in Ragusa. Thank you so much, Pierluigi, for making that happen. Amazing site, amazing food. I hope it will go on like this. Amazing food for thought also. I think it's very timely that we meet here. It's the first year that not just the new Club of Paris, but in regard to the Paris Climate Agreement, we kind of went over the objective on 1.5 degrees. So we need to come into action when it comes to sustainability measures and sustainability actions. And I think that's also here where we need to discuss it. It's in the topic, so I'm looking very much forward to the program and also to our discussions, what we can set aside from the COP, who is running, of course, at the moment, as our view on the topic and what kind of new measures we need in order to make it happen. So I wish you a beautiful conference. Thank you very much. Hope it will inspire you to move on, and warm thank you also to the organizers, which I see here around, and thank you, Pierluigi, for making it happen. Thank you.
I would like just to brief say something concerning the organization and concerning the University of Catania. Just a brief video, so I can speak very little. Audio.
We're not hearing the music sound.
So this
is the story
of
of Al-Idrisi.
Was a geographer of the Ruggero II sovereign of Sicily. It was 100 years after the first century. And at the time, Sicily was a place of tolerance, a place where people live sharing knowledge, making culture. The history of Sicily is quite long. And now I have to say that we would like to play this role another time. That's why we are here, because we would like to give the opportunity and be involved in a process of sharing knowledge and cultural culture. So I would like to invite you to give the best that you can in order to make this conference one of the best of the New Club of Paris and the World Capital Institute together. Thank you so much. I'm giving the floor to Gunther, just to organize a reshape of the first section. Please, Gunther.
So hello everybody, good afternoon. We are so much delayed that I need to make a change in the program. Usually Javier Carrillo, who was already announced by Kathy, who is linked through the teleconference system to us, and it was seen that he and me would moderate the session in cooperation, and each of us would give a little introduction. However, since time is so scarce now, and that we have the problem that both Javier and one of our speakers need to leave at 4 o'clock sharp. We had to make, or we will make, a change in the sequence. The first one hopefully will be available through the teleconference is Stefano Sambon, because he is already online. And Stefano, if you can hear me, I would suggest you, if possible, to have some 10 minutes of an introduction. I think your presentation well fits into the sequence after Marco Marcola, because Marco was giving a kind of a European perspective, also on the political dimension, and I know that you, Stefano, since decades, I can say meanwhile, are concerned with the reporting of intellectual capital issues. And I may say at this occasion, Stefano and myself met as members of the high-level expert group of the European Commission when it was first time discussed to introduce intellectual capital reporting as an obligation for companies. And since that time, Stefano maintained this track. And Stefano, if you can hear me and if you can switch in now to the screen, I would like to start with your short presentation, if ever possible. Keep it in the time frame of 10 minutes. Okay, if you are available. If you are available, it's not a logical sequence, so to speak, but if you are available further than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I would like to call first Matthias Schmelzer. Matthias Schmelzer is a professor currently working in Flensburg in the north of Germany. And Matthias is seen or considered to be one of the most outspoken promoters of what is called degrowth. And if you allow, Stefano, I would like to change then the sequence, because it fits better to to the presentation we now hear from Matthias Schmelzer to a person who is present on spot, who is Gareth Davis. And Gareth, I would say, since you are in the room, you may take a seat here on the desk so that we can see you. And I think it would nicely fit in the sequence now to have first Matthias, then Gareth would join us with a presentation because that fits well together. And then we have an inverse sequence that you, Stefano, would join us at the end of the session. Is that okay? Stefano? Yeah, meaning... okay. Okay, so we will take you as a second, okay? So it does not fit logically, but it's it would be at least that each of the speakers would have sufficiently time. Now let's change to Matthias. Matthias Schmelzer, are you online? Can we have your... okay. Matthias, thank you very much for your patience and for your tolerance to have changed the sequence. And you are now the first one, and in a sense you have some obligation to make maybe a few words or give a few words on introducing what degrowth is, because not everybody in the room is acquainted with this concept. Matthias, if I may ask you to take the floor.
Industrialized countries in the global north, the slight decoupling of GDP growth on the one hand and a bit lower emissions growth is not anything near to what needs to happen. And I cite here 2 review studies which come to the conclusion that large, rapid, absolute reductions of resource use and greenhouse gas emissions cannot be achieved through the observed decoupling rates. Hence, decoupling needs to be complemented by sufficiency-oriented strategies and strict enforcement of absolute reduction targets. So the dominant strategy of dealing with the environmental conundrum, which focuses on mainly substituting the energy and resource base through the project of ecological modernization and green growth, is not enough. There's other studies, this is from the Lancet report, Is Green Growth Happening, from last year, that show that at current rate of decoupling, early industrialized countries, which are often presented as those showing that green growth should work, would need another 200 years on average to reach net zero in terms of emissions. This is anything but sustainable. A further problem that we can highlight is that, independently of all the ecological problems, we see a trend of secular stagnation. So the growth rates in the last decades have decreased, leading to a substantial economic crisis of destabilizing economies. And these are just some of the reasons I want to highlight that are brought to substantiate the perspective that is known as degrowth or post-growth. It's an umbrella term that has been used over the last 1.5 decades, mainly by a movement of activists, academics, and practitioners. On the one hand, it's an ensemble of growth critiques, and on the other hand, it's a proposal for the global north to live well within limits. It's important to understand this as a provocation against the religion of growth in early industrialized countries. And because it's a provocation, it often leads to many misrepresentations or misunderstandings. And I've summarized some here because I think they could improve the collective discussion understanding. So first, a first misunderstanding is saying that degrowth means the global south will remain poor. This is the opposite of what degrowth is about, which is actually about leaving space for development in the global south, because global north economies reduce their economic production. A second misunderstanding is that degrowth aims at reducing all economic activities, and that less GDP is the goal. Obviously, this would be absurd, because of some of economic activities we need more. Degrowth is about selective growth and degrowth, about selecting and not growing everything at the same time, which is the add-on strategy that is dominant. Degrowth does also not mean austerity, a politics of less or recession, but rather a reshaping of economic structures so that with less production, stable economies provide wealth for everyone. Degrowth is also not against technology, innovation, or progress, but it's a project to adapt the conditions for progress given a situation where the development of productive forces is highly destructive. And finally, degrowth is not a project about individual renunciation or voluntary simplicity, but mainly about creating the societal conditions for everyone to live well with less. So more concretely, degrowth is an emerging field of research, and I put in here a review paper that we've published some years ago, where we show how key contributions come from history, economics, anthropology, technology studies, political science, or ecological economics. So it's this broad field of research, and it's broad because growth is a key concept in all these disciplines, and touches on the question of how to overcome growth touches on all these different areas of life. Degrowth is based on the critique of economic growth. But it's not just the critique of the ecological critique of economic growth, but it's much broader. There's other currents within the degrowth debate. And I don't have the time to go into these, but just want to flag these, that there's a feminist critique of economic growth, a South-North critique of economic growth, a social critique of economic growth, etc. And each brings a certain important perspective to complement this important proposition that degrowth is making. A degrowth society can be defined as a society that, in a democratic process of transformation, firstly, enables global ecological justice. It transforms into material metabolism and thus also production and consumption in such a way that its way of life is ecologically sustainable in the long term and globally just. So this is the first point, reducing the amount of things that are produced because these create the conditions for ecological justice. The second point is equally important. The question, how can a society with a much reduced energy and material throughput, how can it create strengthen social justice, self-determination, and a good life for all with this much smaller social metabolism? And thirdly, this can only be done by redesigning institutions and infrastructures that are currently dependent on economic growth. From physical infrastructures to social institutions, financial markets, the welfare system, etc., to mental infrastructure, so the roads in our mental imaginaries that basically define what is a good life, and finally also the entire economic system. And this is obviously a huge task. And in the debate, there has been a wealth of policies that have been developed, policy proposals in different areas of society that have been developed to basically substantiate how this shift to a post-growth society could be realized. And I put here some, I will not go into these, but just finish with this slide, showing that there's this wealth of radical propositions of how to change a society to overcome growth that could then form the conditions for creating real, strong sustainability. And these include radical transformations of society along the lines of a cap on income and wealth, a reduction of the average working time, a radical democratization of technological development, producing less of those things that are mainly serving elite consumption, and also international proposals along the lines of international solidarity or ecological reparations. I leave it with this. I know this could be a very provocative and complicated issue to discuss, but from my perspective, this is one of the most daring and important projects in the current ecological crisis to avoid the most dangerous disasters that have been sketched in the most recent State of the Climate report. Thank you very much.
Matthias, thank you very much. I would like, if that's possible technically, to get Javier Carrillo introduced as my co-moderator, if it's possible to link him in. Javier, if you could comment shortly on the contribution of Matthias, because I think you know his work, and since you are our expert in degrowth. Javier?
Matthias Meltzer's introduction to this subject that has been of an increasing concern to the World Capital Institute, insofar as we are extremely worried about the current direction and speed of challenges that we are facing in environmental terms. And in this sense, I would like to refer, just to make a brief connection, to something that Matthias mentioned, and is a core aspect of the growth perspective. And this to pose, to connect through the rest of the session with the following speakers. The question is this: the growth has two avenues. One is the critical one that questions, and it's a rather obvious argument that in both physical, biological, and systemic terms, the unrelented growth is not possible, is not viable. There's no way that we can continue to grow indefinitely. So that's the first aspect of the growth, and it is often well accepted. The other aspect yet is what to do instead. And the one line of work that we are undertaking at World Capital Institute is to explore the leverage potential of knowledge and intellectual capital for value creation in order to sustain qualitative growth that makes possible that the quality of life does not decrease, but only improves in human and social terms, despite us having to reduce our extraction and consumption of natural resources. So I would like to pose this question to as a theme to continue through our session. And with this, I give back the word to our following speaker. Thank you, Günther.
Thank you, Javier, very much. And I think also we are too scarce in time now. We have not the time to discuss all what you said and what has been said also by Matthias Schmelzer. Matthias, I think you will step out because you said that latest at 4 o'clock you need to leave. And we had to reshuffle the whole session now since also Stefano said that he would be limited in time. I would now make a kind of an unlogic switch, first to Stefano and then back to Gareth. Gareth is present in the room. You can see him on the screen, so it's easier, of course, with a person in person face to face, to get it reorganized. And so I would like Stefano to take over. Maybe you can, as flexible as you are, make some reference to the degrowth if you like. But anyway, the expectation is that you inform us on the most recent developments on intangible reportings. Thank you, Stefano. Please, yes, start.
Information economic system. After all, we're talking about information, and we all understand that information reporting are vital for any form of alternative of economic system and ultimately for social organization. I think we all agree on that. And also we need also just a few seconds ago, my colleague said something similar, because of course we don't want, it proposes not to use GDP anymore as a measure of growth. It's so true that, just as a curiosity, in the ancient Egypt, the first hieroglyphic tablets regards accounting, accounting for economic transactions in not written language. So it's so true that information reporting are vital, that the first tablets in the ancient Egypt regards accounting basically and not the written language. Whichever economic system you face, you want to adopt, you want to pursue, you need to identify information that in this perspective, in this economic system perspective, it can be most capable to represent and deliver what is needed for the economic system to work. For instance, what is the meaning of value creation, for instance? What is the meaning of, what are the sources of value creation are important elements to identify this type of information. Just to give a brief example, in the Greeks, ancient Greeks and Romans, they simply used cash-based information. During medieval time, with the birth, of course, of banks and credit, they started using economic and financial information. Nowadays, of course, we have ESG and impact information that are essential components for a sustainable economic system. Of course, the economic system shapes the information and reporting, but also the other way around. Also, reporting information shapes the economic system in turn. Just for you to have a little evidence of what I just said, this is basically, as you can see, is basically accounting, and we can all read, you know, cash at the bank, receivables, balances, inventories, and so on. Even fixtures. There's a strange line there called Martha, our slave. So this is something we can read even today, apart because this is still in pounds, but it's a balance sheet referring to 31st of January 1399. So this is the birth, basically, as I said, of the financial system and the banking system in particular. And so this Marco Dattini, that is originally from, is a firm originally from Italy, that constructed this balance sheet in the assets of the balance sheet. Same thing is for the liabilities, that is referring to the same balance sheet of 31st January 1399. We can read it. It's payables, balances, and owner's equity down there. You can see owner's equity because which corresponds, you know, to the net worth today. Even we have also, this is, as you can see, profits and expenses. So not difficult to guess that this is a statement of profit and loss. The profit and loss referring from July 1397 to January 1399. And what is amazing is that we can still read these accounts even today in 2024. We perfectly understand the meaning of that. Just to say that this information is still useful today. What is happening in the last 20-25 years? Clearly, there's been a rise of interest in intangibles and knowledge economy. In fact, we moved away from the famous three production factors of the classical economists like land, capital, labor. We moved to knowledge, financial capital, and technology. In fact, we moved into the so-called knowledge economy. We have a complete change in the basis of creation of firm value, company value. Industrial to post services, and of course advanced service firms, post for this interactive mode of production, decentralization, instant diffusion of knowledge. And so this moved also the fact what is the meaning of performance and what are the performance drivers for an organization's survival and growth. And of course this also brought not surprisingly, in a sense, a certain degree of obsolescence of traditional accounting systems. Now, several scholars pointed out the declining relevance of accounting information as the in traditional form. We come back to this. Just for us to reflect, this is the tangible versus intangible investments in the United States from the 1977 to 2017, and as you can see, the weight of intangible investments overcame around the year 2000 overcame the weight of the tangible investments in the U.S. Similar thing also in Europe, where you can see the dotted lines are the U.S. performance. The dotted line yellow, are the U.S. performance, while the continuous yellow line is the investment in intangibles in Europe. If you compare also the two continuous lines, the yellow and the blue continuous lines, you can see that also in Europe, investments in intangibles overcame the investment in tangible assets. So this is a trend that is, affecting all the advanced economies. Also, but moving from the macro perspective to a micro perspective, looking at the companies, basically, more and more companies are conceptual, between inverted commas, negligible physical assets, intangibles intensive, patent and trademark protection, outsourcing of more manufacturing, distribution, other low knowledge functions, extensive trade in intellectual property, and flexible business models. So this doesn't mean that all the companies are like this, of course, but many companies have these characteristics more and more, which of course is not surprising. It doesn't come as a surprise that in the stock exchange, the valuations of companies is much, much higher than their accounting value, the so-called the book value. So in a sense, these phenomena are related, because the more there are intangibles in the company, the more markets tend to value that company more and more. This is on your left-hand side, you can see it's a famous analysis run by Ocean Tomo that basically is saying that the major part, the far major part of the company value in the stock markets in the United States are composed of intangibles. And on the right-hand side, if you take the usual first 5 largest companies in the United States, which is the one that you can imagine, from Amazon to, Microsoft and so on, that is the comparison between the value in the market, which is 3.5 trillion, and the value of the accounting value of the same companies, which is 172 billion. You see the difference. And what is in between, many observers saying that what is in between is basically intangibles. So what about the information for a knowledge economy system? Do we have markets, companies have information fit for such a new system, relatively new system? As we know, the main feature of a knowledge-based economic system is that it relies on and develops on intangible resources. So the question is, do companies and markets have information fit for measuring and reporting on intangibles? Which is exactly the same thing then the first question, what about information for a knowledge economy system? Now, let's move at the situation of information intangibles. The International Accounting Standard number 38, which is the most diffused standard for accounting for intangibles, is not very up to date. If we agree that at least 50-65% at least of corporate value in the markets are generated by intangibles, so clearly we have a problem. Why? Because for accounting today, international accounting, there's no accounting recognition if there's not a reliable measure of an intangible. So all the internally generated intangibles, all the brands, all the research and developments, all the patents, all the training does not have a recognition on the face of the accounting and the balance sheet. So basically all the investments in intangibles related issues and resources are expensed, are taken to profit and loss as a cost. So we treat as a cost today what is really an investment in intangibles. So take Pfizer. Of course, we all know Pfizer due to the COVID period, and so clearly intangibles are not recognized as intangible. All the patents that Pfizer's have, some of them very important, as we saw very recently with the COVID period, the Corona period, the patents on the drugs are not on the face of the balance sheet unless they are bought from external. So the internally generated patents are not in the accounting. So with a clear misstatement of earnings and forecast. And also interestingly enough, not enough quoted that perhaps internal corporate resource allocation decisions are seriously distorted because we don't have, managers do not have information about internally generated intangibles. These are not, is not a new argument. This is the argument basically of this famous book on 2016 by Baruch Lev and Feng Gu, The End of Accounting. So this is scientifically supported, is not something just my impression. And as a consequence of that, of the unfit of information, current account information vis-a-vis intangibles and knowledge economy, we have a decreased relevance of account information in the construction, in the formation of stock market prices. As you can see from the 50s, the relevance of accounting information for the stock prices become less and less relevant. So in this picture, of course, there are a number of contributions, attempts, initiatives. Let me talk for a few minutes about WICI. WICI is an acronym which means World Intangible Capital Initiative, WICI if you prefer. We have a kind of course, a website. There's a nice picture where you can see a young blonde hair on the back that is much younger. That is me, possibly, at the OECD. So WICI, it was born at the OECD under the auspices of OECD in 2007, but officially we signed a memorandum of understanding in 2008. The vision is, of course, is a collaborative network aimed at improving corporate reporting for representing intangibles and value creation, and then capital allocation in the markets. The goal is to have a framework for measuring reporting intangibles, which there was not at that time. Develop a general as well industry-specific key performance indicators for representing, measuring the performance of a knowledge in a knowledge economy, and of course the development of XBRL, the taxonomies, which is basically technological help and tool. So we are convinced that better information will improve capital market allocation within and also within the companies and in the capital market. Sorry. The idea is basically all what is within the dotted line is invisible nowadays in the information. We don't have information on this. Intellectual assets or intangibles, if you prefer, they are not visible. And of course, WICI tries to represent these resources that are fundamental in a knowledge-based economy, and of course, represents the machine for value creation. The WICI promoting and participating parties are listed there. There's a Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Waseda University of Tokyo, University of Ferrara, European Financial Analysts, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and the Brazil Development Bank, with the sub-jurisdictions in Europe, Japan, Italy, France, and Belgium. This is a couple of words on the framework, the WICI Intangibles Reporting Framework, which was issued in September 2016, is of course downloaded for free in our website. The background is exactly what we said. We don't understand today, the information we have available today does not show the origin of company competitiveness, the value creation, the sustainability of the strengths of the company, and the company long-term value creation capacity. So in a knowledge-based economy, these are serious problems. So it's difficult to evaluate in a proper way a company because we only have certain type of information on a financial level, but nothing or virtually nothing on intangibles. So we think that we need to create a reporting mechanism, information about the business sustainability of the company. What is meant by business sustainability is the crossing, the getting together of the business model of intangibles and natural and societal capital. So business sustainability cannot be done only by business model, cannot have business sustainability only with the natural and societal capital, but you need intangibles as a sort of glue for getting together all the pieces. Another important view that expressed in the framework of WICI is the fact that intangibles are something in between, is a connecting element between financial reporting and sustainability reporting. So human capital, intellectual capital, if you prefer organizational capital, and social and relational capital are the connecting information which explains, sustainability reporting, better explains sustainability reporting and financial reporting. On top of this, in addition to the framework, we also have a sector agnostic KPIs, which are 50 plus 6 generic key risk indicators. We have industry KPIs, 571, the most numerous number of KPIs after those of the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board that is now part of IFRS Foundation. We have KPIs for 10 sectors. And the difference is the KPIs of Wiki, of which I was a co-founder, they are oriented to represent companies' value creation, not only value created, which is a profit and loss account, but value creation. And so they are freely available also on the website of Wiki. This I don't want to go through the whole thing, but just to give you an impression, a visual impression of all the KPIs. These are the generic KPI list, the 50 that are possibly applicable to all the companies in the world, plus the 6 key risk indicators that are also linked to intangibles, risk and opportunities. Also, this is an example of food and beverage industry KPIs. We went through the key performance, the factors for value creation in the food and beverage. In this case, we also have telecommunication, pharmaceutical, electricity, and so on, and oil and gas. And these are the list. These are the list of KPIs. Of course, the committees were based on company managers from that industry of, as I said, food and drink. And so for each of the identified KPIs, we have a formula. We have the indication if it's a risk or opportunity, the relevance, if it's must have or nice to have. And finally, an interesting thing, which is the Bloomberg coverage. You know, the Bloomberg has this kind of KPIs, but in many cases, these KPIs are not covered by Bloomberg, unfortunately. And so this is this is where the human capital, relational capital KPIs, and organizational capital KPIs for the food and beverage. I just want to conclude in 1 minute too. Wiki just has convened, has called a table called Strategic Intangibles Initiative, which is basically an initiative gathering together all the international organization, a discussion forum for international organizations, where they can compare and contrast what their achievements about intangibles and intangibles reporting of clearly. And so in order to foster awareness and communication amongst relevant players, it's kind of a multilateral exchange of information. And a second aim is clearly to whether there exists some convergent patterns with all the initiatives on intangibles reporting and measurement around the world to be identified, and in order to favor convergence and possibly standard setting with shared solutions. These are the current membership of the Strategic Intangibles Initiative summoned, called by Wiki. As you can see, there's a European Federation of Financial Analysts, the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, the Cabinet Office of the Japanese Prime Minister, WIPO, and International Valuation Foundation for Value and Impact, the GRI, OIBR Foundation from Italy, EFRAG, the Korean Accounting Standards Board, International Evaluation Standards Committee, and the Accounting Standards Committee of Germany. So, concluding, signs of hope and concluding remarks. Signs of hope is that the International Accounting Standards Board finally, on April 2024, started a large and long project on the revision of accounting for intangibles, including the famous standard IAS 38 that I mentioned before, that it was very prudential, very conservative. Another sign of hope is that since 2013, integrated reporting, which includes intangibles, that is an advanced form of reporting, is spreading internationally. And nowadays, about 2,500 companies worldwide adopt integrated reporting with some representation, measurement, and disclosure of intangibles. And last but even not least, clearly not least, European Union has issued in December 2022 a famous directive called Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which recognizes the importance of intangible resources for value creation, which is great, and requires measurement and disclosure of these resources in corporate management reports. If these resources are linked to sustainability, this information must go in a special section of the management report called sustainability statement. So basically, we will have in Europe at least mandatory reporting on intangibles within the management report. So as said, information reporting are vital for any form of economic system, alternative, non-alternative, growth and degrowth system or anything like this, and ultimately for social organization. If we all agree that we enter it and we moving more and more towards sustainable knowledge-based economic system, then corporate information has to adapt, simply has to adapt to represent and deliver what is needed for this economic system to progress. Probably, I just wanted to launch a thought-provoking issue. Maybe we are entering an ESG I information system, where I stands for intangibles, for value creation through intangibles, which of course can complement the traditional financial reporting and better represent value creation. After all, that's my last sentence, economic revolutions run also on the legs of information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Stefano. This was a really rapid and fast ride through a subject which would be worthwhile to have a whole conference to be taken. Since we are so much stressed in time, sorry, I'm so sorry that we cannot have a discussion on it. However, be aware, Stefano, that tomorrow we will have a session on the future of intellectual capital reporting. And if you would allow to send us maybe a selection of your slides, that could provide for an input for our local discussion in person here in Ragusa. Would you agree on that? Can you
happy to send the whole lot.
Okay. So Stefano, I'm so sorry because your contribution is so valuable and so important that we have to cut it from a discussion. But since you are known to the community and since you are well known also to Pierluigi Catalfo here in Ragusa, there is a community which knows you and which is also in a position to get in touch with you. I take it also that your wiki engagement is for invitation of participation. I remember that when we had a common project 2 years ago in Austria where you were involved in, and you made the point that, for example, also the Austrian community could join for a wiki instantiation in this country. So I take the opportunity here to bring the message to the audience. If there's anyone interested in getting engaged in the wiki, I see in front of me, for example, a representative, Petru Dumitriu from Romania, that people like him could potentially take the message with him and find out if there's a possibility for local implementation. There's some side noise. I'm sorry for that. Stefano, thank you very much. You may stay in the session, but we need to switch immediately now to the next one, who is a person on available on spot, who is Gareth Davies, who came from the Netherlands, as much as I understand, to visit us and to take up the subject of degrowth, and he may use the occasion also to open discussions within the community present here in Ragusa. Thank you very much again, Stefano, and switch over to Gareth.
I have been asking myself, where would a priest have stood in this church? Because I'm sure that there is a point where the acoustics are perfect, if I only knew where it was. But I don't know enough, I'm afraid, about Catholic church services to identify that place and go and stand there. But I think, am I understandable like this? Yeah? Is it closer? Okay. The closer I go, the more echo. That's the way it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. Shall I just tap on that to change? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Günther for the chance to be here as an outsider to this club. It's a privilege and a pleasure. I'm a lawyer. I teach law in Amsterdam, and as our professional deformation is that we are on the whole better at saying why other people are wrong than at coming up with solutions ourselves. And that's, in a way, what I'm going to do is provide an overview of degrowth. It would have been logical to have me before Matthias, in a way, but at the same time, it's always quite nice to have the last word. So I'll enjoy that. And I'm not pro, I'm not anti, I'm more interested in it, because one of the things that strikes me is this is an idea that has exploded onto the scene. 5, 6 years ago, almost no one was talking about it, and now it seems almost a badge of membership to a part of society to be sympathetic to degrowth. Many of my colleagues in the university are writing about it or interested in it, and it's really kind of come from nowhere at very great speed. And the question I had for myself is simply, well, what is degrowth? What do people mean by it? What is this thing? It comes from France, 1970s. Exiles, Soissons-Huitard, exiled by the French government to the countryside. And they came up with the idea of an alternative to the kind of modernist, consumptive, industrial French state. As far as I understand their vision of degrowth, it's a bit like sort of a holiday of a Northern European. It's sitting in a pretty place with your friends and eating organic food and singing songs and having a nice time. And it's a viable alternative for some people. The idea then, it stuck around, but it has now enjoyed a new burst of life with the climate crisis, where it's very popular amongst young people, but it's generally very popular. There's an interesting switch that's gone on. When it began, the concern was that we would run out of resources. This was post-war industrialization in Europe, and one of the concerns was partly life is becoming shit. And this was actually, I do think, a mildly decadent middle-class perception, in the sense that it was just like, our life was very nice, and now there's all these factories, and everyone's just obsessed with making things. But the concern was that we would run out of resources, and now, in a way, the concern has changed to, we won't run out. If only oil and gas would run out. It's more become a question of, like, that we will use too much. But at the same time, there's an underlying theme, and that is of too much growth. But it's a slippery idea. So sometimes they say, you can define a shape by what's around it. What is it not? Almost the only thing that unites writers on degrowth is their dislike for capitalism. You can read every article on degrowth and you won't find a good word to be said about capitalism. So that's very much, capitalism is inherently, it's about profit in a way. It's about making more out of less. So in that sense, the growth idea and capitalism are so closely linked. It's anti-capitalist. It's also deeply anti-green growth, which they see as a lie. And that also, I think, is pretty much shared by most degrowth writers and supporters. They say growth isn't green. That's just wishful thinking by the European Commission. The EU has taken that as one of its mottos of its environmental policy. You can say it, but it doesn't make it true, as we know from American politics. But interestingly also, it has some more surprising enemies, and many degrowth writers are very hostile to sustainable development, which they see as greenwashing. Because, again, it's a softer term, but this idea of development, they say, contains the growth idea, and they're like, it's not sustainable growth. And they see sustainable development as, in a way, a rearguard action trying to sustain and soften capitalism, rather than facing the harsh truth, which is that we need less. But less of what? And there are at least 3 meanings which can be combined in many different ways. It's a bit like Protestantism, actually, in the sense that I don't think there's any, you create a church and within a week it's split into 10 new churches, and I don't think there's any 2 people who agree on everything. But they're broadly speaking, one of the most, the simplest, this is present in the literature, particularly amongst scientists, hard scientists, who throw the term in, the simple reduction in material throughput is what the early French writers called it, or materially, just use less stuff, use less of the planet. The big critique of this is like, fine, but who's the enemy? I mean, Donald Trump, but who else? It's not radically unorthodox to say we should consume less. So the added value of the idea is somewhat limited. You know, most people agree we should burn less, chop less, kill less, but it's not, the added value is limited. A more interesting idea, which alternative economists are, it's a sort of a niche thing, is the idea that actually the growth is also economic growth. Degrowth is not just less material growth, but it's less economic growth. And as we see from Matthias's presentation, and I'm lucky that he's gone because he'd probably be interrupting by now. Sorry, this is contested. But there are a very significant branch of the literature says, no, it's about economic growth as well. We need to shrink the economy. Now, a critique of that is people say, obviously, theoretically, economic growth doesn't mean more material consumption. Doesn't have to. Intangibles, you know, that's not necessary. But this literature has a whole body of data, and they say, yeah, theoretically we know, but it doesn't happen. There's never been a period of economic growth in in human history which does not correspond to increased use of material resources. So the fact is, we can all design a sort of wonderland where the economy grows without this using more resources, but it doesn't happen. So we have to bite the bullet and accept we need a smaller GDP and a smaller economy. That's not such an easy thing to sell politically, and it has various critiques. I mean, one critique is, but surely, yeah, that's the whole point. That's the task now, to separate the two, material growth. And so we've never done it before, but now we have to. There's also another critique of it, which is, in a way, part of the degrowth movement was trying to get away from this obsession with growth, 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 growth. And this almost shares that obsession in a mirror image, talking about growth, 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 saying smaller, 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 bigger, bigger, bigger. But they're still talking about growth the whole time. So there is a niche branch of economic literature which goes on about we need to shrink the economy. But I think the widespread, the most popular version of degrowth is more slippery, more vague, more holistic. It's a more complete philosophy. And the original French writers spoke about, at least in the translations that I've read, and Italians as well actually, spoke about turning away from growth. It's actually an indifference to growth. It's simply the idea of like, growth doesn't matter. If it happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, fine. It's not what's important in life. So it's actually, I mean, in that sense, degrowth is perhaps not even necessarily the best translation. Or it would almost be more like ungrowth, anti-growth. It's just forget growth. Think about more important things. And the original keyword, I mean, conviviality, I saw that was on Matthias's slide. This is a word that nobody uses in normal English anymore, except in degrowth literature. And it's this idea that actually human connection is important. Policy, governmental policy, individual life choices should be based around trying to create more human connection and not around trying to have more stuff or more wealth. And there's a bunch of keywords which come up again. I put some on the slide. Small scale, frugality, but they always emphasize joyful frugality. So it's not, part of the degrowth philosophy is that if you don't, it's very close to Christianity and to socialism in some ways. It's very much, if you accept less, you will be happier. If you have a life that is built around enjoying simple things, sharing things, making connections with human beings, this will damage the world less and it will make you happier. And this is where policy should aim, a bit like sort of the Bhutanese and is it the Nepalese and their happiness index instead of GDP. But I say it's like Christianity in the sense of the embrace of, although I'm sure 70s French intellectuals would be spitting blood to hear their ideas compared to Christianity, but it was in the sense of the unmaterial. It's also like socialism in the sense of the decommodification, an attempt that individuals should not need to live their lives in a competitive way, trying to win, trying to be top of the class, trying to earn more, trying to get promotion, trying to more, but taking them out of the market so that they can simply live. That's what I mean, like, holiday in a pretty place kind of. You know, their vision of life is that in a way life should be like a holiday with friends in a pretty place, and it's in that sense a nice vision. It's difficult to be against it. It has some strengths. It's subversive. And I think it's very French actually in this sense. You know, there is no state that is as modernist and that likes to think that it's as rational as the French state, which defends its decisions on very rational terms. And all of the kind of viral French thinkers, basically, rather than meeting a modernist idea head on and saying, you know, you're wrong, you're inefficient, you're not doing your job well enough, they say it's internally incoherent. Postmodernism, deconstructionism, Foucault, they say, you know, you say this, but actually it doesn't work on its own terms. Let's turn it inside out. And this is subversive because, yeah, if you meet them on their terms, they have the muscle, they win. But you say, yeah, but you're talking about the wrong things. You've misunderstood the rules of the games. It makes your opponents spit blood. It's very attractive. It's almost addictive in its ideas. And in this sense, I think this is a characteristic of French resistance intellectualism, and degrowth is, in that sense, a typically French idea. Say the big thing that you're trying to achieve is not worth achieving. But it's also something that really speaks to our age. And I think this is why it appeals to the young particularly. One can read lots of articles about how young people don't expect ever to be able to own a house, although I gather they will when all their parents die. In about 15 years, there's going to be a wave of inheritance. But you know, many people are, in a way, cynical about the chances of growing material welfare. And so they are trying to look for improved lives in other things, in better connections, in personal growth, in time for themselves. You know, employers get more and more upset because of the snowflake phenomena of people who are saying things, yeah, but I don't want to work long hours, and I don't necessarily want to be promoted, and what will this job do for me, and how can I enjoy a better quality of life? And that's something that's definitely part of the discourse, and to some extent a social movement. And degrowth, in saying, if you leave aside the quest for more, your life will be better. It's, I mean, millennial socialism. I kind of think it is a little bit millennial socialism. So it's hit a good moment. You know, we have a climate crisis. We have this millennial kind of self-love thing going, and degrowth is there for them. But it does have some weaknesses. And one of them, it's a privileged northern perspective. In a way, it's an extremely rational response. If you have a kind of tenured job with a secure income in a middle class, and you're in the middle class in a wealthy northern country, at which point it does become kind of irrational to burn your life up looking for ever more money, and it becomes rational to start saying things like, I don't need more, but how can I get to spend more time in nature with my friends? It's very reasonable. But this is perhaps less rational if you're in a developing country and you're concerned about whether your children will get to have education or health care, or whether there'll be any roads or infrastructure. And classical wealth, growth, more is perhaps more attractive for you. And a lot of degrowth advocates slip around this, I saw Matthias did on his slide, by saying the north should shrink so that the south can grow a bit. You know, fair enough. It's kind of slippery though, because like, how much should they grow? It is watering down the pure philosophy. But that's one response, fair enough. Another critique is it's human nature to want more. And a philosophy that fights human nature is not really going to work. I mean, that's the success of capitalism, that it harnesses human nature. So green growth tries to harness human nature to save the planet. Smart. Trying to say, don't want more, is fighting against the tide. I don't know if that's true, but it's, you know, the point is made. It's a fair point. Another critique is made is there's no evidence it's going to work. You know, and here you get the kind of critique. You've probably heard, you know, McDonald's is the most efficient producer of food on the planet, and the carbon footprint of eating there is less than if you cook your hamburgers at home, which may or may not be true. But basically the critique is often that small-scale things are not necessarily an adequate answer in an overpopulated planet. And the I don't need to, these signals are not for me. And so a critique is made that actually the kind of small-scale, slightly bucolic life that is envisaged by degrowth advocates would not be efficient enough. It would be more destructive. Actually, industrialization enables the kind of efficiency which is necessary to produce enough to support an overpopulated planet without destroying it all. Again, This is contested. There are debates about this, but the point is made by people with expertise, and they argue about it, and you can see it's not automatically the case that moving everything to the small scale. You know, if we all lived in villages, there would be no wilderness in Europe. You could demonstrate that quite easily. You know, we need our urbanization in order to have space in between. So the small scale and the localism is an attractive image, but as long as it's only the middle class that do it. If everyone does it, it's going to be a mess. A more interesting critique is the conservative one, which is that essentially tolerance and liberalism are the product of urbanization, and in that sense, the product of growth. And they say if you have static societies which don't have the potential of growth, they become socially extremely conservative. And historically, that's always been the case. You know, the village is not, frankly, a kind of like anything goes kind of place. It's where people flee from. So if we can't accept growth, that in a way means we can't accept change. It means we have a kind of steady state society. And the economists of degrowth often talk about steady state economies. The argument is made that these will become paleoconservative, that everyone will have traditional roles. Everyone will have to accept their role. It may not be the same as the sexism, but there will be new forms of allocation of role which you will have to accept because the potential for change is less. And then finally, the last critique, then I hear people say, it's got no flesh on its bones. It's vague. It's just no good as a policy program. And again, the original degrowth writers always emphasized it wasn't a policy program. It was more of a philosophical expression. And it's a critique from one perspective. If you're a policymaker who says, but I need to deliver growth, I need to deliver improved welfare, I need more to satisfy my voters and satisfy my country, and how are we supposed to do this? But at the same time, it's also, I think, the great strength. Because what degrowth does offer is a kind of utopian vision. And it doesn't have a plausible pathway to how to get there. There's a lot of economists, but that's probably true of many utopian visions, that one doesn't have an immediately plausible, worked out pathway for how to get there. But I think part of its appeal is because the vision of a different kind of life, free of the market, convivial, sharing, less stressed and more in harmony with nature, is attractive. And so it is often understood by many people as a challenge or a task. So it's not simply a case of if we do this, it'll work out. It's more like, here's a vision, how do we get there? And then what you see is that everyone from lawyers to economists to policymakers, management thinkers, all kinds of people find themselves thinking, what can I bring to this? How can I contribute to this utopian task? And that is why I think it's so attractive. Because for people attracted to the image, it gives them a kind of a purpose and a meaning. And so although in a way it doesn't have a lot of substance to it, it also does. It's a space to be filled in. And that's why I think it's probably here to stay. Thank you.
This morning, in the final round of the World Café, Anja challenged us to think about the economic consequences of our discussion. And I think what you did, Gareth, you nicely related your contribution to this final round, which we had this morning. And the good thing about this session is that Gareth is with us also, I think, hopefully tomorrow. So you are available for discussions. And you made the point that that degrowth is more of a vision. And we had in the World Capital Institute many discussions because Javier Carrillo is very much behind this idea of degrowth. And Kathy, who is with us, she said, okay, the big problem with the degrowth is the terminology, the term degrowth, because as you rightly said, usually people expect something to grow, something to change to the better. And degrowth gives the impression that we are reducing, that it's a negative growth or something like that. Maybe you can make an argument, Gareth, on this. And at this occasion, I would also like to invite the audience to ask questions, because I think this is worthwhile after this session, which was a little bit fractionized because of the schedule. But I would take the opportunity at least to have one session where we can have some interaction between the audience and the desk. So, Gareth, you may take the challenge on my question. Gareth, could you? Well, it was about the terminology. It was about the terminology of degrowth to be a negative, kind of a negative connotation of this vision. Could you give an argument from your point of view that we must change it, or what shall we do?
I would have thought that the problem with the weakness of degrowth is, again, it speaks very powerfully to some people, but equally powerfully not to other people. And so precisely the embrace of the idea that capitalism and growth are negative is what makes it so attractive to a significant group of people, but at the same time you lose half the public. So if you want to make it more mainstream, then you need to make it less negative, but then you will lose some of the passion as well.
Kathy, do you want to argue, because you are the one who criticizes the negative? You made the point in our community that it's too negative. It's
No, my point was very much that I like the underlying concepts of degrowth, but the actual the establishment, and perhaps we could, thank you. And perhaps it would be better to call it something other than degrowth, because you're immediately saying we're into degrowth and all you economists that want growth are all wrong. So how do we change people in practice? But the underlying concepts, I believe, are the right thing for the planet. So I was just thinking about how do you get change to actually work? And sometimes the words you use can be counter to the change that you want to actually receive. That was my thinking, that was all. Nothing about some of the concepts, but thank you for, I'm amazed you remembered that, Gunther.
So we are, in order not to lose all the audience, because some people are already leaving, I think we have to somehow get to the end of this session. Meaning, since Gareth is with us, he is available for dialogues and bilateral exchanges. And if there's no urgent question now, and since we are getting tired, I would like to finish this session by quoting a famous philosopher, or a group of famous philosophers like Slavoj Žižek from Slovenia, or Mark Fisher, who published on the capitalist realism, whilst Žižek was talking about the socialist realism. And what they said both together is, I would like to quote, "It is easier to imagine an end of the world than an end of capitalism," which is an interesting statement, because the financial system is so concrete and so, let's say, constructed in a way, and we had a discussion that many economists try to explain economy as a system like physics, which is putting the natural reality into something which is kind of a natural science issue, which it is not. It has been said today that economy is a construct of a social and human science discussion, and it's possible to change the economic definitions and economic systems. So we should take the opportunity, and we do that at the World Capital Institute in opening discussions on how we can adapt the economic system to the necessities of the future sustainability and regeneration strategies. Now, having said so, and also having, it may look like a negative outlook, since we had it also this morning when we were talking about apocalyptic consequences, but I think we are here in this place in order to create some optimism in changing the situation and in specific changing the ideas on how economy of the future could work. Now, since Pierluigi joins us, I would guess that he has to make some announcement or even some contribution. Please.
Thank you. I have one good news and one bad news. The bad news that we are really late. The good news that our session, the scientific session, is composed of just two papers. So we have the opportunity to make a balance. Concerning the section, I have to say that it was very interesting, and especially the fact that you said concerning the degrowth. I think the semantic problem, as Catherine said, is really important because people react to words, no? But we have to try to enforce the criticism in order to have more than one model. And as soon as we realize which one is the best, probably the good one will destroy the other one. So we have to reinforce criticism, reinforce different opinion, different way to make economy, and try to incentivize initiatives that are related to this kind of different way of thinking. So our task, in a certain sense, could be this one. Thank you very much, Gunther. Thank you, absolutely, thank you. Thank you even to Javier. And if I'm not wrong, now we have Cristina Erquila and Anya, I imagine Chianto, if I'm not wrong. Chianto, yeah? She's not here? No. Okay, sorry, yes. I have just the name with the letter and the dot, so. Chianto Cabrillo y Uzzine, this one, and Cristina Erkla and Yuko Sawano. I'm not if there is the right pronunciation. So we can start the session number 1, the role of governmental institution and public administration in changing paradigms. Obviously, if you would like to have a coffee, feel free to take the coffee in the corner. If you like, we can put here, and you can sit here, if you like. Yeah, sure. Salvo, lasciamo un posto, mettiti qua, anche qua.
Maybe I'll sit there, because otherwise I'm distracted. No? No. Yeah, that's how I was. If I can sit here.
If you like. Salvo, mettiti al centro. Al centro, ok.
Just choose your chair. Italy somewhere.
It should be
here is Italy.
Yeah.
Okay, and there is no.
If you remember the name.
Yeah.
Wait, but it should be the last. Is it showing there already now? Yeah, this one.
This one?
Yeah. Presentation.
The presentation is on learning cities and communities, nurturing well-being, right? Okay, this one. Nurturing well-being and democracy, role of lifelong learning and local level in changing paradigms of the citizens.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me here as well. I bring you greetings from Finland and from Japan with this presentation. I'm going to give the presentation on behalf of the two of us. I have two missions with this presentation. I'm going to introduce you to the concept of learning cities, and I'm going to share with you the research we are at the moment conducting with my colleague Yukiko Sawano from Japan. So let us start.
How much do I have? 10? 10? 15?
Okay, let's see.
So does it go with this?
Oh, with this. Okay, thank you. What is a learning city? I'm talking about a learning city in UNESCO terms. UNESCO has an Institute of Lifelong Learning in Hamburg, and they have formed a network of learning cities. And this network was founded in 2014, and I'm going to describe a little bit of the network. The elements of learning city you see here. The fundamentals of the fundamental conditions of building a learning city. I think the first thing is to do is a strong political will and commitment that a city or region or village wants to be a learning city. We are very liberal in that. And the governance and participation of all stakeholders is crucial, and the mobilization and utilization of resources. So what is all this aiming for? It's aiming for wider benefits of the learning city. So individual empowerment and social cohesion, economic development and cultural prosperity, and sustainable development. So we feel in communities and also in the workplace, using modern technology with the quality and aiming to quality and excellence in learning, and all through everything it fosters a culture of learning throughout life. And of course, the learning cities have a major task in realizing the UN 2030 agenda. At the moment, there are 356 members from 79 countries in this global network of learning cities. And here you see some of the European learning cities and their sort of what they have as their main goals, what they have stated in their strategies that they are aiming for. My former city, Espoo, for example, has been working on sustainability and resilience. And some others have their own agendas. In Italy, there are 6 members of the learning cities. The first of them was Turin, and the others are Trieste, Lucca, Fermo, Reggio Calabria, and Palermo. In Finland, we have 3 learning cities with the UNESCO network: Espoo, Vantaa, and Tampere. So not every city needs to be in the network of UNESCO doing this. So this is basically what we mean by learning city. Our research, we were both with Yukiko trained as comparative educationists, and we are doing comparative research on learning cities in Finland and Japan. There has been a lot of practical case studies on learning cities, but not real research. And therefore, we thought this could be a good start. Just in September, we went through all the Finnish learning cities, and also in October, we selected 4 Japanese learning cities. And with those, we are going to conduct a comparative research. Just quickly, I will share with you the research questions, but I'm not going too deep onto these. Basically, we are looking for how are they defining themselves as learning cities? How do the people actually who are involved collaborate? And what ways do learning city activities enhance well-being and democracy? Those are the 2 things that we are mostly interested in. And because our research is very new, we just did the field tours, I'm going to share with you or lift some of our early findings. For example, of the well-being. I take you an example from Finland. The city of Tampere has decided to focus on children and young people to do improvements in their well-being and to reduce inequalities. So they are working on the self-compassion of children and young people. They have made a good mental health toolkit for them. And they think that everybody should have an opportunity to be active in their leisure time and have a hobby. And they also want to strengthen the skills of adults to support young people. So that's their actual things that they are doing for well-being, for example. Then we are concerned about democracy. I take you an example from Japan. In Tokyo, which is a multi-million inhabitant city, there are pockets and areas that are very different from each other. For example, Shibuya is a well-known, well-to-do part of Tokyo. And there's a non-profit organization called Shibuya University Network. It's not a real university by the standards that we know. They don't have a building. They don't have hired professors. Anybody can be a teacher. But they have been very successful. So since their initiation, 2006, they have had already 1,600 classes and over 45,000 participants. And people are hungry for more. They are learning. They are challenging each other. And this is very inspiring to them. Perhaps some of them want to go to real universities to pursue their future learning, but this is a good start. Another example of our early findings. What is the role of a city or a community? For example, a city of Okayama in Japan. They have a goal to develop communities where people gather to learn, think, and act together towards the realization of a sustainable society. They have chosen to use this learning city as a tool to go further with this goal. And they do this through the promoting of this ESD, which is Education for Sustainable Development, through Kominkans. And Kominkan in Japan is a community learning center where anybody can come and learn. Or they do it to promote this ESD through schools. And they also have ESD-related projects and many activities that are pushed by the city office of Okayama. So they use this as a tool. What is the role of the citizens? This is from my former city, and you don't need to see any minor details from this slide. I want to see the different colors. The dark blue represents the formal education system. That's only a small part of a learning city. The lighter blue is everything else. It's the libraries, the societies, the learning cafes and such. So people can come together and learn throughout their lives. And they are important parts of this learning city. So all of these and many more, they form a learning city. So this, with the given time, has been the snapshot of what a learning city can be. So some of the early conclusions are here. First of all, the basics. A learning cities, they originate from the idea by UNESCO already in the 60s, maybe earlier, that what was a learning society. And with the UNESCO network of learning cities from 2014, it has gotten a lot of more speed. We feel that any city can be a learning city if the city, if there is cultivation of well-being and democracy through lifelong learning. Place-making and trust are crucial among the partners. The citizen involvement from bottom up is important. So diverse people or diverse participants, diverse companies, diverse, like many different kinds of entities can be part. And they have to be part in planning and operation of a learning city, if it's a true learning city. The city administration, what they can do, they can offer a platform. It can be a physical or a virtual platform, and support for these activities. And the city can use this learning city as an operation, the learning city operation, to promote and advance its own goals, as we saw in the case of Okayama. So this is just a snapshot of what we are trying to do. But this time, we want to do it with scientific matters, with the comparative research. So Yukiko wasn't here, but I have greetings from her as well. So kiitos, arigato. Thank you.
Okay, comments, question? I have just a little question. You said non-formal and formal learning system. Formal and non-formal. When you say non-formal, it is in any case planned from someone or from institutions, or there is a kind of plan to do even informal way?
Well, actually we differentiate the formal the non-formal, which is happening.
It's something that grows from both, I mean, from the low level, no?
Well, in the case of Finland, it's quite, I would say that's also quite formal because it gets government funding, so they need to give the plans and the reports and so on. But we still think it's non-formal because it's not necessary in your upbringing in a way.
Clear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So, shall we start with the next presentation? Thank you very much. Do you have already put the slide inside? Huh? Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, take a seat. Lina. Lina. No, there is enough space.
Yeah, just sit. Yes, sit.
So, next presentation is on Beyond Horizon, Advancing Intellectual Capital Theory and Practice for the Next Era.
Hello, everyone. We are very... maybe. Yeah, what is better? Yeah, hello, everyone. We are very happy to be here today with all, let's say, like all of you, and thank you very much for organizing this kind of very inspiring, let's say, conference and sharing so many good ideas with us. Today, three of us would like actually to present some of the most important insights we got actually based on co-edited book. We work on that book, let's say like more than a year, but let's say intensively with co-authors. We work almost a year, I think, even longer than a year. And at the end, we have really, really great results. But today, we will just share some kind of the most important, let's say, like our insights from that kind of book. You know, here with me today, Aino Chianto, and she really initiated that kind of idea to rethink about intellectual capital theory and practice, and to really start thinking what we can bring as a new thinking, like new, let's say, like revisions to try to revise the theory of intellectual capital, and not just theory, but also, let's say, like practice. She initiated that, and then somehow we started to think, okay, let's try to promote that idea. We work on that almost, let's say, like 2 years, trying to, let's say, like promote the idea, different conferences, different workshops. And then finally, when we had that kind of group of people interested in working together with us, of course, Lina also is today with us, and three of us actually initiated the call for book chapters. And I will just explain how the whole idea actually started. You know, like that was our somehow personal realization that it's not good. You know, although we really let's say, like highly value IC approach and usefulness of that approach, we realize, okay, that's all what comes from 1990s, and work and life have faced so many, let's say, like big changes. And how comes that we don't change anything? We just use the same models, the same, let's say, like thinking, trying actually to continue and build something new based on very old thinking. So what was our vision is actually we try to answer the question, should we really try to revise that kind of basic models, to rethink about, let's say, like even economic models, definition of value, right, that we use in that kind of theory of intellectual capital. And our main, let's say, like vision was to try to make a platform for that kind of new thinking and, you know, like really to try to inspire somehow, especially future generation, not just scholars, researchers, but also practitioners, you know, like trying to, let's say, like make intellectual capital capable to solve not problems of today, but also, you know, like tomorrow challenges, to face tomorrow challenges and to be ready for that kind of future. And let's say like we collected 16 very inspiring and insightful chapters. We can't be more, let's say, happy and satisfied with that as co-editors. And what I would like actually today, together with Aino and Lina, to share with you are just, let's say, 8 emerging topics that we have realized and somehow identified as really critical to think about when, let's say, like futurizing intellectual capital theory and practice. Of course, that's not the end. That's not the end of the list. Probably, you know, many more topics will be quite, even after this event, we can just expand the list of these topics. But let us today to share these, let's say, 8 emerging topics. And I give the floor to Aino to, let's say, start presenting these explaining emerging topics.
Yeah, thank you so much, Slazana. So among the key trends that we identified from these 16 chapters in the book that we edited, the first kind of insight that really came strongly to the 3 of us was the necessity really of a multi-level understanding of intellectual capital. I mean, being aware of, you know, the history of this literature and this discussion, we know that, you know, it originated with having the focus of a single organization and most typically a knowledge-intensive firm. But as the world nowadays is an interconnected web of different kinds of networks and communities, it has become so necessary that we actually are able to address, you know, the full scale of these different kinds of combinations and layers of different sorts of actor networks. And this, of course, really means for the intellectual capital research that we have to address other levels besides the focal organization. The individual level is actually something that hasn't been addressed too much in the intellectual capital literature, even if, you know, everybody, starting from the very classics like Leif Edvinsson and Karl Erik Sveiby, would agree that it is the individual human beings who really make an organization, and it is the individuals that execute this kind of knowledgeable activities or then don't execute those. So really, we are suggesting that this kind of micro-foundational, individual-level research and also related practical activities should be more strongly emphasized in the intellectual capital school of thought. Then another level, which has been addressed even less, is that of the teams. So the social dynamics of the work groups where people actually execute their activities. I think there are very few, you know, productive activities that are conducted by sole individuals, but we are collaborating with others. So this group or team level would present an extremely important focus for our future activities. And then, of course, we need also to consider the more macro-level entities going beyond those of the organizations. So cities, regions, ecosystems, nations, and beyond. So the multi-level understanding is something we feel will be very, very important in the future. The next important theme for future research and practice of intellectual capital will be addressing the dynamics. And I mean, the dynamics of intellectual capital we can really approach in 3 different ways. I see dynamics in terms of these kind of synergies between the different intangibles. We all know that intangibles don't create value in isolation as individual components, but really the integration and synergy between the bundles of different kinds of resources is needed. So that would be one perspective to the intellectual capital dynamics. The other one would be an improved understanding of the actual practices by which intellectual resources are enacted. And then the third one would be renewing the intangibles, so dynamics in the sense of the dynamic capabilities that are needed. The third essential insight that sprang to us from these chapters are really something that has been discussed today already extensively in this conference, the alternative economic models besides the capitalistic one, and also a fundamental questioning and potentially also redefinition of what we mean by value. And therein, I think, an essential question that we haven't been really addressing as a community of scholars and practitioners is really who gets to decide what is valuable. So where is the power for defining what is valued and what is not? Who do we give the voice really to address this essential question, which basically should be at the background of all of our endeavors? And then the fourth theme would be that of sustainability, ethics, and social justice. So something that has been today already addressed quite much. I would just like now to bring up maybe one facet that I don't think has been mentioned before, is that in the intellectual capital discourse, really this topic of justice has so far only been addressed from the perspective of intangible property rights and knowledge protection. You know, we don't want our strategically valuable knowledge to, leak to our competitors. We want to somehow inhibit the spillover effects of knowledge. This has been basically how the intellectual capital discourse has tended to address this topic of justice. But maybe we really need to take a step further and think about justice and intellectual capital also in terms of fairness and societal justice. And now I give the mic to Lena.
Thank you, Aina, for starting with 4 of the factors, and let me move forward with some other 4 factors that we see as really crucial based on the contributions we received in the book. So the 5th one is interplay between intellectual capital and AI, and it was repeatedly emphasized by all the co-authors in the book. Today we had a discussion in the World Cafe, and all emphasized that this is important. AI changes the way how we live, how we organize our business, how the society lives in general. And it brings not only opportunities, but also challenges related with intellectual capital. Such questions as whether AI can be treated as a unique form of intellectual capital are important. How to protect to avoid losing human authenticity, you know? How dangerous is the loss of human spirituality? Who is responsible for acting as an intellectual capital safeguard and protecting intellectual capital from disruption? And as far as we really emphasized contribution to value creation in the book, so who owns the value created by AI-based IC? So these are fundamental questions emphasized by authors in the book, and we see them as really important. The next aspect we want to emphasize is that humans and culture are at the core of intellectual capital. Even if AI is taking the stage and changing the way how we organize our life, we believe that human and culture should be in the spotlight, you know. World Economic Forum in their Future of Jobs report emphasize such skills for employees as really important, like analytical and creative thinking. But we want to also add something more spiritual: emotions, empathy, and spirituality. And this is what intellectual capital is also about. The next aspect, which is emphasized in the book by majority of the authors, is non-rational and non-technological dimensions of intellectual capital and intellectual capital management. You know, before we used to say that or emphasize that management should be based on, let's say, facts, analytical conclusions, should be evidence-based and should be data-driven. But here we emphasize once again that spirituality, emotions, human factor is not less important like those other factors. And the final one, interdisciplinarity, which is absolutely the topic which comes to different disciplines, not only to intellectual capital, but here we see really important to look at intellectual capital from different perspectives, you know. How to use intellectual capital to solve sustainability issues in the world, you know. How to use art for explaining complex phenomena in organizations, in society. So we believe that intellectual capital theory and practice actually should cross the boundaries of one discipline and should be investigated and developed in the future from the different disciplines and in the light of interdisciplinarity. And I give the mic to...
Yeah, just to, let's say, like try somehow to conclude, although its conclusion is not good, let's say, like word for this, because the floor is still open, right? So what are implications actually? What we are trying to think about is how to connect past and present, thinking about the future, because we shouldn't forget past, right? Like we still have somehow to make these connections with the past and present, thinking about the future. So the list is not, let's say, complete, definitely. So the floor is open, right, for any discussion about, let's say, like new important things we should consider in developing ICT theory and practice. And just a few facts about the book, although we will talk more about the book tomorrow during afternoon sessions. So that will be more or less with more details about the book. The book is expected to be published in early 2025. And, we have actually, Springer as the publisher, that will be book series, knowledge management and organizational learning. And of course, like tomorrow, let's say like more details and, even like panelists. So we will have panel discussion about that. So we would like actually to have sustainability, but not only sustainability, but peace, let's say like as the main closing message for, let's say like this presentation. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, yeah, we would be more than happy.
Thank you for this very articulated and deep project. I think you exploit a lot the concept of intellectual capital at this moment. And I feel that is even very inspiring because there is really a lot of things to do. It's an open field, but you put some dots that is very important to take in account. So thank you very much. Question, comments for you, for the audience? Great. Sure? Done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I probably have to stay here, and I have to invite Stefan with me. Because we are trying to manage the next and the last activity of today. This one was very something that I was very happy to structure with Stefan because I think it's a very important topic, especially for the future. And we are going to talk in this second panel discussion on science, diplomacy, and educational policy. Today we have just two speakers, I think. Three? One is online. Okay. Yeah. One is online, right? Please. Yes, and I leave the word to Stefan.
Thank you very much, Pierluigi. Another highlight of the day is this panel on science diplomacy and also related education to it. It's my honor to welcome former diplomats, former members of the United Nations, and also experts from science. It's a pleasure to have you here. So maybe ladies first, you know her better, you can introduce her.
Daniela Giordano, she's teaching in our university artificial intelligence. So it's quite a very interesting combination of knowledge. She teaches and she knows, so of course, but sometimes it doesn't work in that way, you know. I'm joking. So she can really illustrate in which way those two things can be combined. So I'll give you to her the floor.
Just 1 second.
And as you figure the technicalities out, I would like also to introduce Pedro, who is well known to me for a long time in regard to knowledge management. He was the former director of the Joint Inspection Unit at the United Nations and thereby responsible also for the knowledge management standards at United Nations. Welcome, Pedro. It's a pleasure to have you here, and also recipient of the Knowledge Management Award a couple of years ago, given by the Austrian Society on Knowledge Management. And then it's my pleasure to see that Nomaga Jurcic is online. I can see it already. Thank you, and sorry for the confusion and timing. It's a pleasure that you can join already online. because we were not sure when he be able to join. Domagoj is a former diplomat of Croatia, working at various occasions also the Commerce Chamber of Commerce in the United States. And he will present, and he's basically also the initiator on the Science Diplomacy Initiative and maybe future working group of the new Club of Paris on this topic. So we agreed on ladies first. You will start with the presentation, then we continue with you, Pedro.
Slides are coming.
And then...
here we are.
Oh my God. Okay,
yes.
Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can make it. So thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'll try to get quickly to the point since we are a bit late. So what I want to do is just to share some reflection about what's happening here in these days, because there is really a kind of revolution that is going on. And I would like to focus on the challenges and opportunities that might be relevant to our discussion. Okay, so maybe we all know what artificial intelligence is, and this discipline, I've been working for 40 years in this field, so I've witnessed all the changes. We started with an approach to knowledge. We thought that knowledge could be described. Well, that wasn't exactly true. And then a big step was when we realized that learning was the key to build a robust and functioning system. And then about 10 years, 15 years ago, there was a big leap in what these artificial systems were able to perform with the advent of deep neural networks. Even, let's say, 30 years ago, when I was a PhD student, I was playing with neural networks, but we couldn't do the things that we can do today. Why? Because only, let's say, 10 years ago, we were able to have this combination of ingredients that made up success. Big data that provide the annotated data set that we use to train this system, computing power, and as researchers, we build on complex architecture, more complex neural networks. So the first successes were in the computer vision field and the importance of data, why we built such high-performance systems, because they were trained on things like 40 million images annotated with 20,000 categories, and it's quite a lot, believe me. And then we also discovered that this knowledge learned by the network could be transferred also to other domains. This is what we call transfer learning, and the idea is intriguing because you don't need to retrain the whole network, but only some layers of this network, and you fine-tune the knowledge with less huge data set that in specialized domains you don't have. These were pretty wonderful accomplishments. We understood that AI could do better of humans in certain fields, but not all fields, of course. Then what is happening in the last, let's say, 2 years? A huge change. Somebody is paralleling what's happening to the Industrial Revolution. Everybody is talking about generative AI, and this is kind of changing the game. What is going on? Probably all of you have played with this type of systems. What is the idea? I give a prompt, a textual prompt, for example, an image generation prompt, give me a robot interactive with the environment, and the system, the AI, will generate new content, okay? I say, look, make it nicer, I don't like it, no problem. Matter of seconds, and you have another 3 options, okay? Content generated by the AI, not by myself, I give the prompt. Same thing, with text, stories, jokes. Here, I just gave this prompt to write a use case for artificial intelligence in science diplomacy. Few seconds, and the system came up with this quite well-structured, let's say, system. I mean, we will not criticize it, it's not the point, but you get the idea. Okay, I will skip the details why we are now able to do these wonderful things, and I'll try to focus on the risks and the opportunities that these large language models, because these are the new AI architectures that are behind these generative systems. I just want to highlight that these models have billions of parameters. The neural networks have billions and billions of connections. So these are very, very complex systems and highly demanding in terms of energy and computing time. What is interesting is that with this new type of technology, new tasks that a couple of years before were not possible are now possible. We can do sentence classification, extract questions, summarize, generate text, generate answers or questions on a piece of text, pretty flexible activities. And also, these systems have this emergent ability. They can learn not from million examples because they are pre-trained, but they can learn from few examples or even from a description. We call this zero-shot learning. So, what do we do with these technologies? Whenever I talk about this stuff, there is always this concern that it's popping out. Will AI substitute human labor, okay? And with generative AI, I mean, it's already changing the way we work in software development, journalism, entertainment, medicine, okay? So this is happening. And the interesting thing to notice is that major impact of this technology is expected on knowledge-based jobs and creative jobs. Okay, so it's not like, it's something that we have to reflect on it. But then we say, look, we don't want to think of AI as a substitute, we want to think of AI as a partner, somebody that assists us, augments us, our possibilities, a collaborator. Are we ready for this? There are some ethical and technical challenges that we have to work on it. Some are more technical, some are more interdisciplinary. And these are bias, responsibility, and transparency of the systems. Why bias? Okay, these systems are trained on data. We produce data, and with data come all of our problems, all of our prejudice, biases. And the tricky issue is that the system, the artificial system, can amplify this bias and can make wrong judgment based on these wrong distributions in the data. And there is also the problem that it's pretty recent of hallucination. These generative systems have a problem that it's slightly different from bias, because what is that these systems do? When we ask ChatGPT something, if it doesn't know the answer, no problem, she will make up an answer. And the problem is that this answer will look plausible because it will be generated because it is highly probable. And what is the subtle problem in here? That these are so plausible that we forget to verify that they are true. And so the problem is that we can propagate inadvertently misinformation, okay? And of course, as scientists, we are working a lot on mitigation strategies for this problem, to introduce fact-checking and that type of things. Responsibility. We do mistakes, AI systems also do mistakes, but who is responsible? Why? How can we regulate this type of things? You all probably know that, European Commission came out with the AI Act, and it's one of the first attempts to regulate these things as long as it's happening. It's a worldwide problem, as you know, and we have to find the answers together, because to many of these issues we don't have the answers. Another important thing is to have systems that are explainable. To adopt them in real working practice, we want to trust, okay? If I want to assist in a medical diagnosis, I have to double-check the reasoning of the system. We want the system to be explainable. This is not easy to do, but can be accomplished, and there are several techniques on which we as researchers are working, like, for example, saliency maps. Okay, so problems for the job, but also new knowledge, new skills. Threats to personal development. I would like to point out 3 types of problems that can come up when we use these systems without thinking too much. Filter bubble. We might become trapped in interests that are self-propagated because the AI keeps proposing us always the same things. Thought homologation. For kids, social isolation. I live in a digital world parallel to reality. The fake problem, this is becoming quite cogent. Fake news, deep news, making that person alive again, a lot of ethical problem in here. So probably AI can learn to discriminate, but it is very tricky as well. How can we deal with the risk of the skilling and thought homologation? Because it's a risk that it's there. And here we get to the point. Education is the answer in my view. Education in schools and in the job place as well. Why? AI can help us because it has relevant abilities, because it can re-explain adapting language for a better comprehension, can give us many examples as we want, can suggest activities and never gets tired. So these types of capabilities are very, very precious, very valuable in an educational context. Of course, we have the responsibility of balancing use of innovative and traditional methods and say right from the beginning what are the risks and what are the limitations of this technology. So, what is the real opportunity that is in there? We can raise the bar somehow, because if thanks to AI we can accelerate the development for everybody of those basic concepts and not leave people behind, because sometimes students are left behind because of the language gap, because of disadvantage. AI can help us. And we can raise the bar and think about other stuff, thinking about intellectual capital, a new school in which we pose emphasis on critical thinking, learn to pay attention to sources of information, learn to argumentate effectively and ask the right questions instead of looking simply for answers. So I would say that the intelligent use of AI, together with respect, empathy, and diversity that we have to cultivate locally, can become a good, let's say, antidote to the problem that I mentioned before, from school to work to private life. Last warning, the monopoly of tech giants, because so far these technologies are in the hands of big companies. And as concluding remark, what can I say? Deep transformation is taking place, and it comes with the risk also of increasing inequalities for all those countries that don't have access to this type of technology. We have scientific challenges, we can work on them, we are doing that, but we really need a genuine collaboration between all the actors. And to me, the concept of science diplomacy seems to be particularly effective to this end. Thank you.
Listen to you I remember when my father gave me as a present the first calculation machine. He told me, take care, because if you use a lot of this little machine, you will lose your competencies. And I think we are really near to join artificial intelligence and cybernetic robot in the shape of a human. I think this completely changed the perception of reality in a certain sense. Sooner or later, it will done. So how to make a balance? You said something very important, I think. You said culture, criticism. Okay, but this is a kind of democracy. We need an endorsement on democracy to have this freedom to improve criticism and to improve culture. And the world, seems to me, is going in a different direction, slightly in a different direction. So it's a big question. What do you think about? Is this the only strategy we have? I mean, to improve criticism, to improve culture, and to try to make a balance between those big possibilities that we have in terms of integration between cybernetics and artificial intelligence, or there are probably other possibility, other way to manage this reality?
Well, to manage this reality, it's quite complex because there is a huge discrepancy in the approach that all the countries are using to do that. And this technology is evolving really too fast. For example, the American government doesn't want to put rules. And so we in Europe want to put rules. We want to have a regulatory system to mitigate the risk and say these things are possible, these are not possible. But if you look at it at the planetary level, you have to face these differences. And so, I mean, even this is at a single person level, if you want, that kind of action that you can do in schools, at work, and with education. But I think that raising this awareness to have an impact at the political level is also a strategy that we have to pursue to be effective.
Thank you very much. Other questions?
I really want to thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Thank you. I want to ask a question, and I was very pleased to see on your last slide you put a big red cross through a picture of pseudo-humans. Why do we represent AI as human figures? Because I think that for me, that is dangerous. So I just wondered why we did that. But
okay, well, it's kind of paradoxical because many of the images that I used were generated by AI, okay? Yes, and so that explains. But I mean, so it's because they are kind of more effective, but they are computer programs, but the point is that very soon these programs will be embedded in these robotic bodies, okay? Why? Because sometimes, for example, if you think of some collaborative scenario, robots can be useful because they can assist you.
We don't have to make robots look like humans.
Yes, in fact, for example, I prefer robots with, let's say, cartoon features or that type of things. There is this philosophical issue about why do we expect anthropomorphization?
Yes.
Because we do it all the same, even if it's not a human shape.
Sure.
We tend to interact as if it was.
If they're human, yeah.
But yes, there is a lot of philosophical debate. So, I mean, it's we don't need, many agents are software but it will come the moment you have service robot in the hospitals, in the kitchen, in doing kind of strange things, and sometimes certain shapes help, not always. Sometimes it's more cumbersome.
I mean, there are many robots that do surgery, and surgery has become vastly improved by having robotic techniques in surgery. But
yes, they are just arms.
But they're not
yes,
humans. They're just something else.
Yes.
So I'm just interested in why we are projecting this as to being pseudo-human, because I think, in a sense, that means that we are less likely to really regulate it properly. And as you said, there's quite a variation in regulation across different places. I mean, I work with, well, I don't work with, but I follow the Turing Institute in the UK, and they are doing quite a lot of work on this, and obviously the EU as well. But, you know, Musk and everybody else are doing what they like. So, but fascinating, and thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
I think it's a bias, if you want, because I mean, when you ask to just represent for visual effectiveness an abstract concept as a software or an intelligent software. These are what the system generates, and it's a bias, if you want.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. But fascinating. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We can give the floor to Dimitru. He's going to present. Okay, maybe you can use this microphone here. Okay. It's working. Here we are.
Okay, thank you very much. I need to thank the organizer for inviting me to this meeting, because I'm really a newcomer. I only knew Günther and Stefan, and I felt that inhibition that I'm surrounded by highly academics and the teachers. So thank you for inviting me. I'm a humble practitioner of diplomacy, and I had the opportunity during my career to have a closer look on the United Nations system, which is actually the subject of the topic of my presentation. So you've seen the title. Before talking about optimizing, let's see if there is anything to optimize in the UN system, because I'm not sure that you are all having a sort of overall picture on what is done, on what it is in the United Nations system. So the premise from which I started in that research, and actually on all the research projects with the Joint Inspection Unit, was the fact that the United Nations is not having assets, material assets, tangible or intangible. They don't have a capital of their own. The only thing they have is the knowledge. The United Nations is a broker of knowledge. It is indeed, to some extent, a broker of resources from the donor countries to the beneficiary, developing countries, or the international community at large, or it is a provider of global public goods, very much in contradiction with the engine that create development in this world, which is, capitalism, profit seeking, etc., etc. So it is something, it is a special kind of knowledge. It's not a knowledge that gives to the United Nations more leverage. It's a knowledge that is based on value. And the United Nations survived this tormented 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century for almost 80 years. That tells something about the solidity and the robustness, although I could say that at this point in time, the United Nations is not a very popular organizations. People are looking on other horizons, the technology horizon. Elon Musk is more important than Gutierrez, unfortunately, at this point in time, and Bill Gates and others. So we have to be careful how we would preserve the United Nations. What you see on this slide is the sort of short description of all the entities that are making the United Nations, what we call the United Nations system. So we have the charter body, we have subsidiary organs, we have funds and programs from those, some of them are very well known around the world, like UNICEF and UNDP, but we have the Intellectual Property Organization. We have specialized agencies like those dealing with atomic energy, with civil aviation, with meteorology, etc. I won't insist on that. I just wanted to give you a hint on the complexity of the system. Somewhere on top here, on the green, is the Joint Inspection Unit as a subsidiary organ of the General Assembly. So what I was trying to extract for you, that is the first time I'm doing this exercise, which are actually the knowledge entities in the United Nations. And the title of this slide is actually an aspiration of wishful thinking. That was a conclusion of a proposal of in one of my reports, saying that we really need to act as a system in terms of brokering the knowledge. So I identified, and you'll recognize many of these groups, at least in a fragmented manner. So this is the 7 categories of entities that I discovered, but we'll take one by one. So knowledge entities, first round, some of them are, let's say, knowledge, education, science organization per se. You know all about UNESCO. You recognize here in Ragusa UNESCO heritage and other links to UNESCO. So in addition to UNESCO as such, the United Nations for Education, Science and Culture Organization, we have institutes. So you see that there are UNESCO institutes and centers that are spreading not necessarily equally around the world, but we have 9 such UNESCO institutes. And they are all focused on education. Some of them might be familiar to you. Then we have the so-called Category 2 institutes, which means that they have just the auspices of UNESCO. They are not financed by UNESCO. They are not part on the institutional framework of UNESCO following the rules. But in principle, they observe in their activities the UNESCO values and mandates. And then we have the United Nations University. The United Nations University was meant to be the research entity, the main research entity of the organization. It was supposed to be the think tank of the whole United Nations system, providing ideas for everyone, taking a deeper look on the notions that the United Nations operated with. And they have already, they have also a network of institutions. They are called institutes, but unfortunately, and when I'll come to the point of criticism, I would say that they are not actually related as a system. They are not, these institutes are just using the auspices. They are not coordinated with, like having headquarters from where they receive the instruction, which is not good when we tend to have, we wish to have a sort of United Nations of knowledge. There are also the knowledge entities that are working within the United system as such. These are the Research and Training Institute. Probably for you, the most, the best known is the UNITAR, United Nations Institute for Training and Research. They are offering training programs to diplomats, but also to other public servants in the UN member states, and also to other entities if they want. And there is one that specialized on disarmament. UNIDIR, for instance, this UNIDIR was a sort of star institute at the time of the Cold War, because they were dealing with the main issues related to disarmament. So at the time of the Cold War, that was an issue very, very important. The UNIDIR was given very solid mandates to search on the consequences of the some weapons, on the expenses of weaponizing, etc. Unfortunately, I would say that nowadays UNITAR is the shadow of what was in the past because of the geostrategic situation that you know it. Social research, the staff college, UNCCS is the staff college is providing training for the UN public servants, and there are others. Okay, then many of the main organizations, they have their own research or training entities, like UNICEF has, which are somehow independent of the other institutes and of the other funds and agencies. The Atomic Energy Agency has such a school. It's a School of Nuclear Knowledge Management. Some of the organizations, they have academies. I put academies between quotation marks because I found it that it's a little bit abusive, this use of language. You have a training unit, you have some curricula, and you call yourself immediately academy. As a humble citizen, I have a different vision of what academy means. But it's okay, the purpose is noble. Then we have the subsidiary of the organs of the General Assembly. For instance, International Law Commission is a place where research is done to produce, to work on the codification of international law. The Joint Inspection Unit is collecting and analyzing information on various topics in the system to produce, again, new knowledge and to produce recommendations to the member states and to the organizations. And then we have a subsidiary of the Economic and Social Council. You have probably heard about the Commission of Social Development, about the Commission on Population Development. There is a Commission on Science and Technology. I'm sure you didn't hear anything about it, and I think it's not your fault. It is the fact that they really did not produce something that is really internationally very visible and useful. What a statistical commission, sometimes we take for granted the fact that there are data available on meteorology, on economic statistics. They are not coming from the sky, they are coming from the United Nations, and you will say, okay, and what's the big deal? The big deal is that these data should be compatible. They should be produced using the same methodology to be comparable and compatible and to give a real image about the situation in various areas. The Committee of Development Policy, I mentioned that because it is also a sort of invisible expert body, but it tells the history. In the past, before the end of the Cold War, it was called development planning. It was a sort of compromise between the capitalism and socialism, admitting the idea that development is not just a free market, the result of the free market evolution, but it should also be represent a bit of the result of the systematic programming and planning. Very briefly, ad hoc level and blue ribbons panels. These are quite popular. I think those of you who are working with these technology-related issues have noticed that Gutierrez created two Secretary General's high-level panels, one artificial intelligence, the most recent one, and one of the digital cooperation, it's the previous one, where, you know, the private sector, the big names of the private sector, the co-chair of this, for this, the level of high-level panel on digital cooperation was the chief executive officer of Alibaba, the Chinese, and the other was the Bill Gates Foundation. So what I'm trying to say here is the United Nations is trying its best to collect and to use information that otherwise, or intelligence or research or intellectual capital, which otherwise does not exist in the United Nations itself. And that tells something also about the nature of the United Nations. I didn't say at the beginning, But when you look at the United Nations, you should have in mind that there are 3 United Nations, but I will talk about 2 of them. The first one is the intergovernmental setting. So the national delegations, the 193 states, they are the first United Nations. This is the Charter of the United Nations, although it's called, start with we the people, actually it's we the governments. But okay, behind this formula, there is this global vision and vocation of the United Nations. So the intergovernmental body is the first United Nations. The second United Nations is the Secretariat. So the Secretariat, Antonio Guterres is not part of the first United Nations. He's the head of the Secretariat, and so are the Secretariats of all other funds, agencies, and programs of the United Nations. And the third United Nations is open-ended. It is the multitude of organizations like yours who are actually following the ideals and the values promoted by the United Nations, more notably at the current stage, the Agenda for Sustainable Development. The treaty bodies, in terms of human rights, I think in my own evaluation, I think probably one of the top 3 most spectacular and fundamental things that the United Nations has done was this development of international law of human rights. I mean, compared with what we had before the Second World War, now we have a constellation of a convention covering many aspects of human rights, and these conventions are all accompanied by some committees that are following the implementation of the respective convention. I put here a sort of timeline. Is just to give you a vague view on main episodes or landmarks events in the history of the United Nations related to development. So first of all, the United Nations invented the notion of economics and other development economics. This did not exist. The humankind worked on the classical Adam Smith and David Ricardo theory on economics, so nobody cared about the situation of colonial countries. Who cared? I mean, when we talk about the British Empire, we talk about the British Empire. We didn't talk about India, about Zambia, about Rhodesia, about South Africa. Then, so they invented, and you'll see later on, there were 2 Nobel Prizes that actually defined the first conceptual work on the economics of underdevelopment. In 1974, there was a sort of explosion, political explosion in terms of economic theory. It was this new international economic order which was launched, mixing economics and politics. It was a sort of enthusiasm of the third world in embracing this concept, and even some prominent economists took on board and commented positively that. But of course, this faded away in time. There was a strong opposition by the Western countries. There is so this notion is just an episode in literature, although many of the let's say of the stipulation of that declaration on a new economic international order have been somehow reflected in the practice of states. In 1986, we had this declaration of the right to development, which was what? It was again a compromise between the champion, you know, the concepts launched by the champion of liberalism and free market, and the Third World Manifesto and the human rights philosophy. So it was considered, and the pressure came from the developing countries that actually we have also the right to develop. And that you are talking about civil and political rights. You promote civil and political rights, but we also need social and economic rights, and that is where the notion appeared on the radar. 87, you all know the first definition, the Grundlagen report of sustainable development, in the sense that we are using today as well. And after the end of the Cold War, we had this important change, the new concept of human development. So suddenly it was clear that growth, as as it was described by the speaker in the previous session, growth as such is not sustainable. It's not enough to describe the performance of the government. So this Human Development Index was invented. It was challenged very much at the beginning for lacking a real scientific basis, but then in time it gained some authorities, and many governments were happy to see them going up on the hierarchy. We had, for instance, the Arab countries, the Gulf countries that were very rich, but in terms of human development, they were very low. So they started to perform in that respect. And we have, since we have here at least two representatives from Finland. Finland was seen as a country with not that much natural resources, but on the Human Development Index, it was on top. Here is just for you to see 8 Nobel Prize winners in economics. They were involved in a way or another with the United Nations. I put their name here just to show you that indeed the United Nations did in time big efforts to associate to their work the best minds existing on the market, and now probably is no longer the case. Other than Jeffrey Sachs, which is not a Nobel Prize winner, there are not too many prominent economists that are working for or with the United Nations. This is just for you to have a rough idea. I will try to, I don't want to extend too much my presentation. It's just for you to have an idea. You are academics, you are a researcher, to see what is the environment in which the Joint Inspection Unit extracted information on knowledge management. And I'm, this interest of Joint Inspection Unit made me to co-author 3 reports on what was called the Joint Inspection Unit Knowledge Trilogy. One was on knowledge management. The one we started with knowledge management. It is the occasion where we met. Then we had this policy research uptake of very important and sensitive issues, because that was to examine to what extent the United Nations actually uses in decision-making the result of the research, and where is the origin of this research, to what extent it is relevant, to what extent is taken into consideration, to what extent it does not reflect an imbalance between the input from the global south and the input from the western or northern world. So, and then the career-long learning, because obviously, as we do in every area, in every professional area in the United Nations, they shouldn't, the staff shouldn't stay on their initial capabilities and skills. They were admitted, they have a good job, and they could stay there forever without changing their skills. Probably I won't have time to get too much into the substance, but I wanted to tell you that these reports, they look very modestly. They look like that. So no big picture, no AI-generated images, no photos like if you open any on site, you will see people happy, kissing each other, flowers. So I'm a little bit reluctant when I see that, because I know that the world in reality does not look like that. So the report of, I used to consider this report a sort of PhD thesis. It's just with the difference that they had to be produced in 40 weeks, not years. And the jury was not made of 2 or 3 professors. The jury was the crowd of the UN servants and the crowd of the heads and the governing bodies of the 28 organizations that are making it. So we had to base our reports on facts, and facts are collated by ways of questionnaire, of meetings, of interviews of people on various levels in the United Nations hierarchy. We just, as an inspector, I had to read literature as well to make sure that I'm using the right vocabulary and the right concepts. It is not easy. I made a report on blockchain application in the United system, and I'm not having any technical knowledge, that I had to understand what is blockchain to be able to entertain a dialogue and to be able to produce good results and relevant results. The main results of our okay, on policy research uptake, just one thing I have to mention. The fact that there is a huge potential of cooperation between the United Nations and people like yourselves. There is a sort of comfort line in the United Nations. They prefer to hire consultants rather than having systematic long-term agreements with the academic community to make sure that this kind of research is sustainable. In my career, I really, without exaggerating, I found two identical consultancy study on knowledge management, which were produced by the same consultant. They just changed, some data and names in the study, and the two organizations had the same study, and it was that sophisticated that actually none of the two organizations used those recommendations or indications or knowledge. So this is why I had to produce something that was realistic. We only had, and the main let's say, the main result, the main purpose of the GIU recommendation is that, of the GIU report, is that making recommendations to the heads of the organizations, to the Secretary General himself, to the governing bodies. So all the recommendations on knowledge management were, we had several recommendations, they were all accepted by all organizations, which is not the case. Sometimes they are not accepted, but I would say that given the realistic nature of the GIU reports, the rate of acceptance is between 60 and 70%, which is pretty good. I think there are a few rules and conventions that are actually observed to that extent. And what is not accepted is not necessarily due to the objection to the substance, is due to the fact that the mandates of the 28 organizations are different, the size is different, the nature of their work is different, and it doesn't work as one size fits all. But these recommendations are, as I said, based on facts, based on real dialogue. They are not literature, they are not fiction, they are things that they are realistic, and that makes the organizations more willing to implement them. Well, it's too much. As much as I would have liked to talk to you about these conclusions, I can tell you that all the recommendations, as I said, are realistic, and they are not applicable only in the United Nations system. They are applicable, many of them, they have a general validity. They can be implemented by other organizations, including private sector. And much to my surprise, once a gentleman from Siemens said, okay, you know, we can, and Siemens, it's what you know it is, we can implement, try to implement what you recommended, because there are so many flows in the United Nations in the knowledge transfer. I won't enter into details, but two examples I can give you. So if I'm a very experienced practitioner in the UN, I'm let's say, project manager. I retire, I leave the organization. There is no way I leave the knowledge, I transfer the knowledge to someone in the organization. On the contrary, due to the bureaucratic procedure, somebody which will replace me will come after at least 6 months. So in 6 months, I will go and spend a vacation on the beaches of the Indian Ocean, and there is no way. So the newcomer has no possibility to take the knowledge you produced, the experience accumulated, which is not necessarily, it's a tacit knowledge, is not written in any books. And the second curious example is that actually, if I am working for the United Nations and if I have a vocation and skills to engage in research, actually I am not allowed to publish or to do any research because of the fear that, you know, in most of the organizations, and sometimes the interdiction is formal. The organization is fearing that, you know, it would be too much inside criticism, or the values of the organization will not be reflected. So the last slide is about what we do consider a success in the knowledge management effort. The fact that for the first time, the United Nations General Assembly, consisting of delegates of 190 states, accepted that knowledge management is a potential leading force in all the activities of the organization. That was the first time when, politically speaking, the General Assembly assumed this responsibility and encouraged knowledge management. And as a result, there have been a multitude of various ways of creating and implementing knowledge management strategies. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ragusa.
Thank you so much, Petru, for this inside view of the complex UN world. I guess you have learned a lot about how United Nations is working now and functioning. And also thank you for putting knowledge management on the international agenda. We owe you a lot on this. And when you discover in the process not only that the United Nations had how many different knowledge management systems in all the organizations? No. You counted them.
No, at this point, I mean, the time of when we started the research, there were something like 5 or 6. Now almost all organizations include, not necessarily calling themselves knowledge management strategies, but including or creating or inserting into other programs, strategic program knowledge management. But now it is something that is present even in the reports of the Secretary General and in whatever is addressed as global.
So you did an amazing work, and at the same time, why this is relevant, we discovered in the process, in the discussion, that when you see that with an important office like the Nuclear Commission responsible for surveilling all the nuclear sites, very up-to-date topic at the moment, that 50% of the experts retiring in the next 5 to 10 years, you see the need for some knowledge management there. So thank you very much. If there are no immediate questions, I suggest that we hand over immediately to Tomaga Juric, and then we will have the final discussion afterwards. Thank you for waiting patiently online, and now we are looking very much forward to your presentation. He sent me also 2 papers, which I will distribute also in the community, about a vision he has, and he thinks that the new Club of Paris, and maybe in addition also the World Capital Institute, all the experts involved in the 2 initiatives, might be also a good audience, including you, to start a working group, because he has identified a pressing issue that artificial intelligence will change the way we do diplomacy at the moment, and there is a kind of competition and race going on, which can go dangerous if we are not prepared to that. So his proposal is also to think about upskilling the education programs for future diplomats in order to be better prepared what AI is now offering, but also changing in the way we do in the future diplomacy. So I hand over to you, and I'm looking very much forward to your presentation. And we have to check the audio, please. Maybe you have to unmute yourself, or we have to open a channel because we cannot hear you here at the moment. Please try again. Is it here?
No, that is.
That's fine, yeah. No sound? Wait a second, we need some support here, some technical support in order to get you here also in the audience. Not sure what the problem is. Maybe sometimes it helps if you go out and rejoin Teams. That could be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh? So if you get out quickly and come back again, and maybe that would solve the problem. Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the control via this computer. Yeah. Now we have you. Good news. Now we have you here in the room. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3. I hope everybody hears me. Do you hear me now?
We can hear you, but can it be that you have 2 channels open because there's a kind of echo?
But now it's working.
Okay.
Now it's working.
Now it's
now it's working.
Now it's working, and we can see also your slides. That's good. So I think now you can go ahead. Yeah. Thank you so much for this urgent call. I think you framed it correctly. It's really a matter of peace. If we work now on that and if we use it, not just in the educational programs, but also in the executive education, I would say, of existing diplomats. So whoever feels the same urgency is very much welcome to contact you directly, to contact also you. And our goal would be really to establish a working group on that, a working force, investing into more research into the topic, but also into, like it is in the good tradition of the New Club of Paris, agenda setting on the topic, which I think it's very timely. I see also Leif again online nodding, and thank you very much for joining again the session. Are there any questions to the three presenters? Of course, we would have some, but we want first the audience to get involved also in this topic. Are there any questions to the three presentations here with a common denominator? Maybe we do the icebreaker, but Ines, I see Ines there. Or would you like, I bring you the microphone.
So first of all, thank you all for this very insightful day. I have a question. We heard the word AI and artificial intelligence a lot. And what I'm wondering, is there also the counterpart that is more human, which is the sensorial intelligence? Because I'm working much with color and architecture, and I see a big relevance in including this, but I never hear it. Is there anywhere any kind of research or attempt to have the human balance?
Great question, thank you very much. I hope you could understand it also online. So there's of course the technological part where diplomatic negotiations take place, where meetings at the UN take place, but there's also the architectural part. And I know back from the Balkan Wars that was an issue in the negotiations, that architecture was also used in a good or bad way to influence the negotiation partner somehow. So is there research on that?
Well, so I would start by making a general statement. There is a fragmentation of knowledge, including on AI. I think the AI is on the lips of everyone. And believe me, many organizations, many individuals, they are doing something on AI. Myself, I'm a non-technical person, but I tested already AI in analyzing the national voluntary reports of the implementation of the Agenda for Sustainable Development. Because they are long reports, 100 pages, 200 pages. We don't have time. I didn't see any appetite for anyone to start to extract some conclusions. For instance, to what extent, which are the main problems, challenges faced by the countries in the implementation, other than lacking of funds. Lacking of funds, it's easy. It's a good excuse. So I started to experiment the use of Claude Perplexity in extracting information about that. And it is feasible. It's just, it takes an effort. So now you are asking me about the UN system. I can give you a partial answer. I mentioned already the high-level working group of initiated by Gutierrez on artificial intelligence. They will somehow provide a sort of comprehensive report on the relevance of AI for the objectives of the United Nations. So you have one point. Then there is, I think there are at least 10 years since the International Telecommunication Unit started a forum in Geneva, which is called AI for Good. So it's a place where you hear perspective from the NGOs, from the UN organizations, from the technical guys, from the lawyers. So there is a debate. And to some extent, I'm also working with the Diplo Foundation, an organization funded by the Swiss government based in Geneva, whose main beneficiaries are the diplomats. And myself, I took a course on AI offered by this organization, a platform on AI. And we had a continuous dialogue on that. And you say, okay, Diplo Foundation. Diplo Foundation is important because it's based in Geneva, and they mobilize the diplomatic community, which is quite numerous in Geneva. I mean, there are more diplomats in Geneva than there are in New York, and the issues are more related to globalization than, the Security Council and other organizations that are based in New York. It's UNDP and UNICEF, only one. In Geneva, you have a constellation of organizations that actually represent the globalization, the World Trade Organization, the meteorological organizations, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the ITU, etc. So there are, and one project, so this is why I fully agree with the idea of a working group, but let us put together what does exist already. Because Diplo Foundation responds to your question. They have a project called Human AIism. So it is the combination between the human facts. So the purpose of this program, and there are people are thinking, and in the faculty, faculty members are discussing among themselves, and you should know that faculty members of Diplo Foundation includes former and current diplomats and ambassadors. They are discussing to what extent we should, you remember 30 years ago, we wanted to give the globalization a human face. Now we are trying to give a human face to AI, and I think it is possible. And Diplo Foundation even invented its own AI assistant to deal with the information they've been producing for 20 years of training for diplomats.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And good news, Domagoj, I see your hand up, is that you got already 2 members here, I think, of your group, Ines and Pedro, but you want to add to this.
spaces that historically influenced and mirrored international relations. The second is the research from the Louvre, KU, examines the architecture of Belgium and the Dutch embassies, analyzing how design choices reflect domestic policies, foreign affairs, etc. And the study underscores the importance of architecture and design and conveying national diplomatic intent. Then I know that there is one piece in the Journal of Fundamental and Applied Sciences discusses how the architecture of U.S. embassies facilitates smart connections. Then there is an analysis in RILA, Journal of Architectural Research in Florence, that chart the use of construction aid as a diplomatic tool, particularly in Asia between 50 and 76. Research illustrates sort of how architectural projects can serve as instruments of soft power and international and relations. That comes to my mind, and there are many of them, is an article in Open Edition Journals investigates the formation of diplomatic districts and the design policies applied by states in different regions. It really highlights how architectural choices in diplomatic buildings can impact international relations and perception. So there are many, I would say, research is published talking about architecture and diplomacy, which is really defined pretty much now.
Wow, a lot is going on. So thank you very much for these rich recommendations. you would like to add on this question? Otherwise, I see Leif has also raised his hand.
On architecture, yes. Yeah. I just have a comment. I mean, to me, these are new concepts, and so I'm listening with a lot of curiosity. I just have a comment because I come from the tradition in a paradigm that is called distributed cognition, because I studied at the beginning of my career, I mean, how we function and that type of things. And I think that question is very relevant to this paradigm, because in distributed cognition, the way we think is strongly influenced by the environment, how the architecture is built, how the interaction, the tools that we have. So I don't know if I am completely missing the point, but I guess this is the issue. So
and it makes a huge difference if you sit on a small round table negotiating, or these long tables you often see.
So I was relating the problem to my knowledge of, let's say, the human interaction. The way we think is strongly affected by this type of settings. So it's okay.
Maybe Leif first, and then you. Please, Leif, go ahead. Yeah. Who wants to go first? Domagoj, maybe?
I think this is something that people that are studying the brain should really give us the answer to. You know, they say there is a certain vanilla in the room, then you are relaxed. I don't know that will help influence as well. But this is what I'm talking about in AI, was I'm talking about multidisciplinary approach. The problem that I see now is that either you have policymakers talking about how to regulate something, and you have big tech giants trying to sell something. And in the meantime, there are players that don't have any kind of ethical dilemma that are running much faster than us. As I told you, several algorithms from France, Germany, and other countries, they told me, you cannot talk with Chinese business. And why? Because they study you so well. They put so much information and data in their own AI system about you, that when they propose you something, and you answer, you already know what your answer will be. And it's frustrating, because our guys from the EU countries, they don't have such tools. We started to learn about it in some places, but we are walking and others are running. And this is what I'm trying to address. We have to do something about it, and we have to do it yesterday. And we will learn while we are doing it. Otherwise, if we are going to do this as a scientific experiment in a perfect environment, we will not have results. We will witness something that I call AI divide, and I don't think we have that luxury to live in the world of the AI divide, in which those who master the AI will run the world. All of us will not even, be able to join the game. This is the fact.
Just a question for Daniela and for Domagoj, and maybe even for you, but mainly for Daniela and for Domagoj. Do you think that the perception of the problem, or a perception of diplomatic relation is still something related to human being, or artificial intelligence can be a kind of substitution in that sense? Perception could be something that we can develop in the artificial intelligence environment or not? Now, I know it's quite complicated, but it's a provocative thing, because
Yes.
if we think that artificial intelligence make the answer to our questions is a thing. If we start to think that artificial intelligence can make questions instead of us, it sounds very uncomfortable for me.
Yes, I think there are many issues. This is a deep question. I think that AI should be used for what it is. It is something that can help us make sense of information. When it's too much, you have. It's too much for us to process because we have limitations. These systems don't have. Okay, so probably it can help us maybe in seeing hidden things in patterns that we cannot see, and that's a help. Okay, I do a provocation. They should making a question instead of us. If you think scientific discovery in science, for example, okay, if AI helps you accelerate the process of discovering new diseases, of way in which protein interacts and can help you, and because it asks itself a question that you didn't think of it before, and it finds a solution. I know that we are uncomfortable. That's why I said it's a threat for humanity, this type of things. Do we feel uncomfortable if an AI system beats you at a game with a strategy that you don't even understand? Okay, if you understand, okay, that's fine. But if you don't even understand the strategy, what's going on?
So mainly the answer is yes.
Yeah, okay. But I think if we go to this very delicate problem like a diplomat relationship, when at stake you have things like peace, solving issues for the planet, okay. I think, in general, I think that AI should make more space for human interaction, because it's when it is real human interaction, the perception, the feelings, the gut feelings that you have when you interact with people that can change somehow the world, that can motivate you, that can trigger you, and the type of things. So I don't see that a substitution in there. But there is also another side, that sometimes in human communication you are so much biased yourself that you don't see certain point because you are too involved, and maybe that an artificial system could bring you the facts as they are and be and help for you to detach a little bit, and maybe you can find common grounds with other people.
We can improve in objectivity.
Yeah, but that's not, you need all the other stuff, in my view, in my humble view.
Yes, I could
Thank
add,
you, Petru.
I could add something, and it's a logical continuation of what our colleague said, in the sense that perception is important. So far, my perception, to make it very personal, is that we tend to follow the technology. We tend to keep up with the Jones. There is a the newest star in town, let's see it, let's applaud it. I think we need to stop that kind of perception and do not attribute to the artificial intelligence the powers they do not have. Nowadays, it's not the lack of information that is a problem, but the overabundance of information. So from that perspective, AI is good to do some work. But Peace? No. I think if we don't have peace in the world right now, it's not because we are lacking information. We have all information available. And you know, the way the Constitution of UNESCO started, if the world starts in the minds of men, though in the minds of men, we should look for peace. So basically, we should not start of attributing to technology too much, because we even, if we study the history of technology, we'll see that the detrimental, the negative impact of the technology were very often prevailing compared with the positive. I remember in the Human Rights Council, we discussed about the drones. There were this champion of the drones saying, okay, we'll send medicines in the refugee camps. We will send food to the people in need. Now, we only hear about the drones destroying infrastructure, destroying cities, destroying people. So obviously, there might be some positive uses of drones, but prevailing is the negative use. So yes, perception is important and have to change it. And in my opinion, we should say, okay, we have this particular need, serve it if you can. Otherwise, we will be offered by technology needs that are rather artificial. Many services my phone is offering to me are not actually needed. Many capabilities of the computers, we do not use them. We use the basic. So don't flood us, don't invade us with too much.
Yeah, I agree very much. It's a tool, and you can use it for the good, you can use it for the bad, but the race is going on, so we should understand the tool better, especially what it means for diplomacy also, in order to be competitive in the race. Domagoj, you would like to add to this question?
Yes, I would like to add, I hear all the time the debate, AI or human, who's the best, who should lead, you know. I think that's the completely false dilemma. The choice is not between AI and the humans. The true challenge and the opportunity is how to combine the strengths of both. So humans bring intuition, empathy, creativity, and moral compass to guide decisions, okay? AI brings speed, precision, and the ability to process vast amounts of data beyond human capability. One without the other, for me, is incomplete. Together, they form sort of a partnership that can achieve what neither could alone. And the diplomacy is the perfect example. Why? AI can predict trends, simulate negotiations, offer insights that empower diplomats, but it cannot replace the wisdom, cultural nuance, and the ethical judgment of a seasoned human negotiator. A machine might process information, but it cannot understand the unspoken language of the room, the history of the conflict, or the trust built through eye contact between humans and dialogue. So the future is not about replacing humans with AI, nor it's about rejecting AI to preserve tradition or because of the fear that AI might take over. It is about integration, building a new synergy where AI enhances human capacity and humans steer AI with purpose and responsibility. So I would say, to conclude, let us not ask whether it is AI or humans. Let us instead ask how we, as humans, can embrace AI to build a future that reflects our highest aspirations. The dilemma is not between us and the machines. It's a Hollywood movie-style dilemma. It is whether we have the vision to bring out the best in both. And for me, that's the whole case.
Great, thank you very much. It's really sparking the discussion here, and I want to come to an end, but I see the two founders of the New Club of Paris. Leif is raising his hand, and also Günther is raising his hand. So maybe two last comments, and then we go to the final round. Leif, you go first.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you, Stefan. This is a fascinating dialogue. I want to point towards Rizzolatti, Some of you might remember him. He was professor in Parma, and he worked on mirroring neurons to build the bridges between people. And that was extremely interesting and productive. And I think diplomacy is a case of this mirroring neurons. So we should learn to work with that. And you might also come into the practice of it in a couple of hours, perhaps, when you take the wine later on tonight. Your nose will be full of something, molecules from the wine, and that will give you a very nice evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leif. Perfect bridge to the gala dinner this evening. It's such a pity that you cannot join, but maybe you can mirror a little bit by your urine. And now I will hand it over to Günther.
I'm a little bit concerned to raise a question which would not add to the optimism rather than to the pessimism. The reason why I tried to take the word now is I sent an email to some of you, also to Demagoj, and I think to Petru, on a case which was brought to me from the German artificial intelligence community. And this is what is the headline is, a atomic strike by accident. And why this? There had been made some analysis in history what happened in the military conflicts. For example, if you start as an example at the so famous Cuba crisis, when America felt threatened by Russian atomic bomb or Soviet Union atomic bombs. And the history is more or less that at that time, diplomats had time to consider the situation. The military also had time enough to observe what happens. And it was said at that time it was a 3 hours time frame until it could have happened that an atomic strike would come. Now, to cut the story short, because there is a historic observation, what happened over the time since then, since 50 years, I guess, that the time was getting shorter and shorter to identify if there is a threat through a rocket. And the situation today is that, let's say 20 years ago, there was still the situation that, for example, if there should have been made a decision, if you have a counter-strike or if you have to stop it or whatsoever, was being made between humans. So there was always a decision of the 2 of 3 people being involved before the famous president could push the button. Today, the time is so short that there are discussions on delegating this decision to an artificial intelligence system. And just imagine if you would trust ever that artificial intelligence would take that decision, if it should strike or not. And I think this should open a debate on, also for the diplomacy, how much you trust in such kind of tools and such kind of instruments in order to take decisions which are really a threat to humankind. It's not just meaning, Demagoj, you made the point that, of course, we have to have human intelligence combined with artificial intelligence in order to have a process, a well-defined process. This is true for situations where you have artificial intelligence applications where you have time enough to make use of the results of this debate. But if you don't have that time, and if there's a fundamental threat, as I have described it, what is the challenge for diplomacy? Is there a challenge to talk about the tools and the instruments in order to take decisions in such critical situations? What would be the position in politics and diplomacy in order to solve this problem?
Thank you very much, Günther. I mean, it's obvious that there are some things artificial intelligence should never decide. like the situation you mentioned. But what is the institutional form in order to prevent that? Do we need, like the International Labour Organization, an international artificial intelligence organization to regulate that? Or where do you see that? Domagoj, you would go for the upskilling education of future diplomats. So let's do a final round on where should this institutionalized beyond the regulation of the European Union? Where would you see this kind of international issues we have with artificial intelligence to write a kind of, not human rights, but what artificial intelligence should never allow to be decided?
Well, if we look at the EU AI Act, they already identify things that should be absolutely out of reach of what an AI system should have a word about it. So it's already there somehow. And then you have this framework of risk, and then you have, let's say, a pyramid of less high-risk application, everything that is concerned with biometry, for example, this type of things, using AI in a CV to decide about a candidate suitable for a position or not. That's considered high-risk application, and they put, let's say, recommendation of what should be done in the type of things. And but the problem is, how do you enforce the type of, okay, it's written, but how do you enforce? And also, it is very difficult. I always make this example. No, if you want an application that is safe in general, okay. I mean, this is safe. It has a CE stamp. Okay, this has passed safety check. But how do we ensure that with an AI algorithm? Because how do you evaluate the data? How do you evaluate the algorithm? And the company would say, this is my competitive knowledge, I cannot disclose it. So it's a dilemma.
It's an enforcement problem.
Yes, it's an enforcement problem. So if you put yourself limitations, say, I will not do into this, but I was stuck, but what he was saying that if in a negotiation table somebody is not playing ethical and already knows anything about you, and that's dealing with personal information, and so that system shouldn't be allowed to run, that's unfair. But people are doing it. So.
Yes, I have a shorter and maybe more categorical answer to the issue of enforcement. I would remind you that 70 years ago, Isaac Asimov, in his science fiction book about robotics, he defined 3 laws of the robotics. And I think these laws were a fictional literature at that time. But in time, those laws were proved to be not only observed in the area of literature, I think even in real world, they should be and they are respected, because artificial intelligence is the software where the robots are the material cover, the material core of the intelligence, artificial intelligence. So in an essence, the robots are artificial intelligence. And it's a matter of programming. So we should make sure that no programs will allow artificial intelligence to harm the human, to harm the other tools, to listen to other orders than the orders of the creator. So I think it's feasible. We should not be shy on behalf of the freedom of expression, not to impose some rules to the use and to the concept, the conceptual work of artificial intelligence. Otherwise, the interest of the industry is to sell. And if they sell weapons, they could sell artificial intelligence that produce, a lot of harm to the humanity. So we should not be hesitant. It is possible.
Timely to point to Asimov's laws at that point, yeah. Domagoj, and then maybe a last final statement also from Leif. Yeah.
Well, let me be very honest. If we are talking about nuclear button and that one is pushed, it's not just the end of the conflict. It's the end of everything we value, perhaps even the end of humanity itself. The act is final, irreversible, and catastrophic. So the real question is not about what happens after somebody pushed the button and how will response be, because it's the end game. I think the real question is how we ensure that that moment never arrives. You know, today the stakes are higher. You are right, the compression of time from the detection of threat to the need for a response means leaders are under great pressure than ever before. And there is sort of an instinct to turn to machines, to algorithms, to AI for the faster decisions. But I think that no machine can understand the weight of pressing that button. No AI can feel the moral burden of annihilating the millions of lives. This decision it will remain human because only humans can understand its finality. I think that we, as somebody said before, every technology through the history was misused. I mean, I think that people who were trying to deal with the atomic energy never emphasized that it would be used as a bomb, but rather as a source of energy, probably free for all. And we are here with the same thing. You know, AI can be used for good or for bad. And I think what we should be dealing with, especially when we talk about diplomacy, is really how to prevent the end game scenario. It's not, I don't think the reaction matters once you really let the beast out. I really hope that nobody will use the threats that we can hear every now and then from Russia, that really nobody will be so foolish to put the end to the world. And this is what we have to deal with as diplomats, to really prevent that pushing the button, not how fast the AI will respond to that threat.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very valuable words. Leif, one last short comment, and then we will close the session.
Thank you. I think what Domagoj have demonstrated is an excellent contribution for a little conversation or oracy lab within New Club of Paris. And we could organize that down the road, and you can talk about it later on together with a glass of wine. But I do think that what we see here is the value of molecular research. So that's why we need to go into the cells. And you can think about the DNA scissor, making it possible to cut the long chain, which is about 20 meters long, and take the right molecule and put it together and make you healthy. If we can apply that to peacemaking, it would be remarkable. So we have to test the scissor for the DNA and RNA in diplomacy, and New Club of Paris can take the lead with you.
Great, thank you so much. So we will definitely start a working group now. There is a lot of more discussion to be solved, but the time today at least has ended here at the conference. I want to thank you all very much for your lively participation, for the very timely and interesting, inspiring presentations. Thank you all. And I think that deserves again a big applause. Thank you. goodbye to Brussels. We have just another guest arrived from Brussels, and you said terrible weather there. Here we have sunshine and 20 degrees, so very nice. And you will definitely enjoy it. But first you will also enjoy the evening. And in order to give you the logistics for the evening, I hand over to Pierluigi.
Thank you. Thank you for your passionate participation of today. It was a very exciting day, I think, full of very inspiring presentation and full of great job. And concerning a couple of details, tomorrow morning we are going to start at 10 instead of 10:30 due to the remake of the program that we have done. And for the gala dinner tonight, we have an appointment here, just in front the auditorium, at 8:15. And we can go together, and it's very, very close. And the name of the restaurant is I Banchi, like bank. So in any case, Salvo and Stefania is going to take care of you. So, okay, so in any case, you have the address of the location in your email. Great. So see you later, and take a little bit of rest. Bye.